Hello everyone, how y'all doing? Can you hear me? Hung over. Get some rest, Val. Hey, how's it going, folks? You're all welcome to the stream. Think this case is gonna be a real circus?
Will you please shut up? Shut up! Shut up! I tell you, shut up!
I can now use that Mr. Bean sound effect on top of the laugh track whenever I do a terrible joke. It's actually fantastic that it's still here. Mr. Bean can just ask me to be just please stop. Oh god. But hello everyone. You're all welcome to the stream. I hope everyone's been having a good weekend. Long boy stream today. We're back with Phoenix Wright, and we're doing the circus case. I'll be honest with you all, so far, this is not my favorite case. This is currently the contender for the worst case I've played. And my objective today is to just get through it. Just get to the end and pray to God it picks up from here. I want to try take this today if I can, because I don't know if I want to interact with these characters another day. I don't like anyone in this case. I hate my client. And the setup for it is absolutely stupid, even as far as anime crime goes. This case, just to really let it sink in, I was tempted to rename the stream to A Man Who Hates Bad Writing again, which is not something that I've considered doing in a long while. Just because I despise the characters in this case. I absolutely despise them, and I think it's pointless. We're defending someone who, is just an asshole to us. I want him to be found guilty. Which is not great for, a court lawyer game where you're supposed to protect your clients. It's not great. They're really stretching the justice for all component of the game's title, I feel. I do not like this person. But we're gonna get through it. We're gonna go as long as it takes today. Ground rules, as ever. No backseating. My first time playing this. I've not been spoiled. I do not wish to be spoiled. If I do get spoiled for anything in chat, permanent sub mode for the entire trilogy of Phoenix Wright. Hasn't happened so far, so fingers crossed. And the other thing is, all questions I say are purely hypothetical, unless I say the key phrase, help me chat. That's important. So if I'm asking questions, do not answer. Unless I say help me chat, do not answer. If it looks like I'm struggling on a puzzle, or I can't work it out, just smile away the pain. Smile away the pain. Don't say anything, just smile. Okay? I think those are the ground rules. What if someone spoils in sub mode? They'll be banned. Don't do it. No. We should be okay. I don't think it'll come to that. You guys have been good. They die. They'll get sent to the circus with all this lovable cast of characters to spend the rest of their days. Oh god. Okay, I think that's all the ground rules we need. Thank you everyone who's already subbed. I've only just started the stream. It's good to have you here. I hope everyone's excited for the day in court that's ahead of us. Oh boy. Okay, welcome back to Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright, Justice for All. When we last left off, we started Turnabout Big Top, and we're going into the first trial. Let's go. We finished our investigation. The recap is our client, Maximilian Galactica, is suspected of murder because he's the only person who can fly, and there was no footprints found at the crime scene. One of the key witnesses is a puppet, but not the puppeteer. And he'll only talk in court. Like, as long as he's, like, abusive towards the puppeteer. Another key witness includes a clown who can't stop cracking puns. And I despise his very existence. Let's go. Also, our client is an abusive asshole and did actually assault a man, even if he's not convicted of murder. Good morning, Max. Max? Milk. What? If I don't have a glass of milk before I go on stage, I just can't function, sweetie. Stage? Don't worry, there won't be a stage. All you have to do is sit down. I guess... Nick, Max is really nervous. That's understandable. Hey, my sweeties! What is it now, Max? You don't think I should fly, do you? Huh? You know, you've got to make a good first impression. When I enter the room, maybe I should fly in and warm up the crowd a little. Once again, they like to take the fact that he can fly very seriously. In anime crime. Court of law. No, that's not necessary. Can't be having you flying around the courtroom. It just wouldn't be right. Imagine if you hit someone. Again, this is treated like 100% sincerely. Don't worry, Max. Just do what Nick says and everything will be okay. Oh, sweetie. What is it this time, Max? Like, Phoenix doesn't even want to be here. Why don't you try flying into the courtroom? I can see it now. The dashing young lawyer flying fabulously in from above. One glimpse of that, and everyone in the room will be on your side. Max, really, no one needs to fly today. Nick? What's with that look in your eyes? I like the sound of that. Dashing young lawyer flying fabulously. Don't let it go to your head, Phoenix. You don't need him. Okay. Welcome back to the court. And now the case of one. I don't know if anyone wants to be here. Your Honor, get on with it. Oh, sorry. I just realized the defendant's name is Billy Bob Johns. So, well, isn't the defendant also known as Maximilian Galactica? Yes, Your Honor, he does often go by that name. You know, my grandchild is a huge fan of his. I think everyone here wouldn't mind if we called the defendant Maximilian Galactica. It sounds more friendly. I don't know if that's legal, Judge. I think you have to refer to people by their actual names. Yeah? I don't know. I wonder if that is to our advantage. Miss Von Karma, your opening statement, if you please. I hope you didn't bother thinking you'd win this one, Mr. Phoenix Wright. That spirit channeling trial was a sham. I refuse to acknowledge its legitimacy. This case where we convict a man who can fly will be far more legitimate in the larger world. People will take this one far more seriously. Let me call my first witness to the stand, Kermit the Frog. It did not count, do you hear me? You must still be upset about what happened last time. You have no chance. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I'm not losing this case. Why, you ask? Because it is not in the nature of a Von Karma to lose at anything. I know you've beaten me once before, and my dad. I guess being born with the name Von Karma is a free pass to be arrogant and annoying. Watch and learn, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'll show you the textbook procedure for proving how absolutely guilty you are. Me? But I'm not even the one on trial. What are you talking about? It will be my ultimate revenge. But it's not like it'll bring her dad back. There, opening statement complete. Now, let's hurry and wrap up this waste of time. Very well. You may call your first witness, Miss Von Karma. Detective Dick Gumshoe. Get up there, now. Good to see you, Gumshoe. Sorry to keep you from work, as I'm sure you need every penny you can earn, Detective. Jesus Christ, Von Karma. Like, leave the guy's salary out of this. Don't mention it. It's no problem at all. I've been looking forward to this. Very well. I would like you to begin by shedding light on the events in question. At your service, sir. All right, Detective. You may proceed with your testimony. Okay, details of the events. The night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. All of the circus performers were gathered in the big top to practice their routines. The practice session broke up around 10 p.m. The murder itself took place in the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15 p.m. The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. The cause of death was a blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae in his neck. Oh God. I see! He was beaten to death! Here is the autopsy report for the victim. The court accepts this into evidence. Okay. Blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Right. A blunt object? Very well. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. I mean, everything seems pretty straightforward for the details of the event. I don't know if there's anything to question. We only start and half help because of our cyclock moments as well. We want to save it here before we get going. Okay, the night of the crime. Snow was falling until 9:40 p.m. All the circus performers were gathered. Practice session broke around 10. The murder took place at 10:15. Bent over a wooden box. There wasn't much that we could go after Gumshoe with this time. He gave us the facts as he saw them. There's gotta be more to this. I didn't see anything. But that's why you're the lawyer and I'm the medium. I'm just here to channel spirits from beyond the grave. Okay, let's start pressing. Let me ask you about the snow. It was nearly a blizzard up until the time of the crime. Did it pile up? It wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about 1.5 inches was on the ground. The snow froze in place and stayed in the ground until the next day. The snow. You see, there's gotta be more to this. What's the matter, Nick? I need to take a look at the court record. Mr. Gumshoe, what were the members of the circus doing on the night of the crime? Yeah, okay, so one possible lead that I can see with the snow, there was only one set of footprints. There's only one set of footprints, but the judge might be, well that's because Maximilian Galactica can fly! Like, normal logic dictates that that's where the contradiction, well, that's where the main issue is. But, okay, his salary. There's a poster here. We can examine this closer, which is interesting. There might be a detail in terms of the suit. Maybe it's like an old costume or something that the guy in the photo was using. Maybe we'll get a closer look at that. Because that seems to be what that one displays. We have the map. This is where the crime was committed. And this is where they left from. Okay, keep pressing for the time being. I don't see anything apparent right now. When you say all of the circus performers, who do you mean? Everyone but the dancers and the staff were there. Regina the animal tamer, Mo the clown, Ben the ventriloquist, and of course the defendant, Maximilian Galactica, and his victim, the ringmaster. Oh, I almost forgot. Regent the tiger was there as well. Out of curiosity, what about the circus monkey? When I was investigating yesterday, he happened to snatch my wristwatch. Detective, you are welcome to file a police report after these proceedings. This judge has no sympathy. One second, let me press that again. Regina, Mo, Ben, Maximilian Ringmaster. There was another guy. There's another guy. Acro. We went into his apartment to find the monkey. He wasn't there. That's notable. We haven't encountered him at all yet. But the fact that he's not there is significant. If there's like a day 2, that might come into play. After the practice was over, where did everyone head off to? Regina was playing with Regent, while Mo went back to his room tired from work. Ben the ventriloquist went to the front gate, absorbed in his own world. The ringmaster and Max went off to the ringmaster's room to talk privately. Talk privately, huh? That's awfully suspicious. You wouldn't happen to know what they were talking about, would you? It seems they were negotiating Max's salary. Actually, Max was asking for Regina's hand in marriage. If it's the monkey that did it, like, I'm just quitting the trilogy. Like, we're done. If it's like the monkey, like, it was just a monkey. The ringmaster wouldn't forfeit his watch. I'll give you a bit more specific about the events at 10:15. Okay, not a problem, pal. We got a witness. Oh! This is totally meaningless. Time to move on. Alright, we'll just have to revisit that testimony later. Okay. Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling us how the victim met his end? That could have been important. A wooden box. That's right. The victim must have been carrying the wooden box when he was killed. Carrying the box, huh? It was a rather strange wooden box, Your Honor. What do you mean? Well, it was much heavier than it looked. Not to mention, it was locked. Locked, you say? The victim was hunched over this 20-pound box. It boasts a strong but small lock. Okay. Maybe my only chance, so I might as well ask some questions. Ask about the contents. Do you mind telling us what was inside that box? Well, when we found the box, it was locked tighter than Fort Knox. So we took it back to the station and cracked it open. All that was inside was this little bottle. Bottle? What is that, detective? Exactly what it looks like, Your Honor. It's a condiment bottle. What's inside the bottle? It's filled with pepper. Pepper? Why in the world was it locked in that big box? There's only one little bottle in that huge box. I wonder if it has some sort of special meaning. Is it just drugs? Is it not actually pepper? Is it a different mysterious white powder that it appears to look like here? Oh no. Mimi Miney was inside the box. My god, it was her again! Okay, well that's suspicious. Like, why is there... Okay, we don't have all the details yet, so... Snapped in the neck was snapped. According to the autopsy report, the murder weapon was a blunt object, correct? You've done your homework, pal. And you haven't found this murder weapon, have you? The police are searching for it as we speak. My theory is it's something the perpetrator ran off with. You would think so, especially since he didn't find it on the scene. No. I bet he made it disappear with magic. Ho ho ho. Well, I think we have a good feel for the details of the event now. Guess that's all we're gonna get out of Gumshoe in this case. Yeah, there's nothing really to contradict with Gumshoe. He's just reporting it. There's nothing glaring. The most would be the snow. The fact that there's a guy missing is huge. You mean all we're gonna get out of him is that little bottle of pepper? Now that we have wrapped up with the detective, I'd like to call my next witness. Oh, I'm not even off the stand yet. Obviously, but that's due to you being slow and unable to take a hint I don't know, but wrapped up has such a mean sound to it. I'm a sensitive guy. Poor Gumshoe. Thank you very much, Detective Gumshoe. You may step down. Miss Von Karma, call your next witness. I would like to call Mr. Benjamin Woodman to the stand. Here we fucking go. She must be talking about Ben the ventriloquist. I wonder if Trillo will show up on the stand as well. Jim Henson was unable to make it to the court today, Your Honor, but Kermit the Frog would like to testify in his stead. Oh God, here we go. Please state your name and occupation for the record.
My full name is Trilloquist. I am employed as an operatic tenor.
Excuse me. The witness called to the stand was one Mr. Benjamin Woodman, ventriloquist.
That robe must be cutting you off your circulation. I said that I was a singer. Maybe you don't believe me. Fine, I'll grace you with a song. Ahem.
Me.
The world of the law. Exciting and daring. Guilt or innocence. Decided by a judge dressed up like a woman. Well, what do you think?
What's going on? It had a good rhythm. It's just the lyrics. They leave something to be desired, so to speak. Grillo, you know better than to insult a judge.
Shut up, just look at your nose. You would think you'd have the sense to fix it. It's so ugly I want to punch you in the face. On the off chance swelling would help. You know that your nose is the reason you'll never be an A-list star.
Celebrities must really enjoy saying everything that flashes into their minds. What's going on here? Order! Order! I demand to know who the witness is! Don't worry about me, sir. I'll let Trillo handle this. You can't do this in court. I'm not worried about you one bit, but I'm worried about getting testimony from... You won't get anywhere trying to figure out this witness. Now, let's proceed. Alrighty then.
Once practice was over, I left his tent with the stooge, clown. Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. That's when I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime. He was the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away.
You saw Maximilian Galactica heading towards the scene? You're sure of that?
Without a doubt, he had on his silk hat, cloak, and the dumb white roses on his chest. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high?
That's enough. I think we all get the picture. Just one thing. You said you ditched the clown.
That's right, dress boy.
Well, since you weren't with him, couldn't that mean the clown committed the crime? He's got a point. What a shame. It was a nice theory, but the clown can't be the culprit. Why's that? Here's absolute proof. Silk hat? This was found at the scene of the crime. It belongs to the defendant. Ah. Without question, he was wearing his signature hat during practice. If the clown was the murderer, there would be no reason for this hat to be at the scene. But he could have just taken the hat. It doesn't rule out the clown being involved. Well done, Miss Von Karma. Your that word's a doozy. Your be on the stand and present evidence abilities are unrivaled. Well done. Thank you for stating the obvious. Mr. Phoenix Wright, what do you have to say? Okay. Guess she's the boss again today. Oh, gee. Okay, cross-examination. I left the tent with the clown. Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. There was no footprints. There was no footprints back from the lodging house. Why the plaza's entrance?
To do some thinking, of course.
It was awfully cold out that night. especially with all the snow around. Wouldn't thinking in your nice warm lodging house have been a better idea. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I think you should leave the thinking to the witness. But I'm a good thunker. At least my teachers always said I was. They always said I had a good noggin. Okay. Are you sure it was really Max Galactica?
Of course I'm sure. How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby three-piece getup?
Snobby three-piece getup.
Get the wax out of your ears, lawyers nowadays. You're like talking to a brick wall. Max's three-piece getup. Jeez, couldn't you be any more dense? All together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you.
Nick, I think you should put a little more effort into preparing your questions. Oh, side are you on, Maya? You saw Max and only Max, right, Trillo?
That's right, and that makes him the killer. There was only one person headed that way that night.
That makes quite a bit of sense, and makes Max one suspicious character. There's more to the story than meets the eye. Is there something amiss here? There's no definitive proof that it was Max. Let me just see the poster again. Silk hat, white roses, and the getup. Yep. There's still no proof that it's definitively Max. Wait a second. There's no proof that the witness saw Maximilian Galactica.
Hey, you still don't get it, do you? I saw what I saw was Max's three-piece joke of a costume. Alright, let's say it all together now.
Silk hat, cloak, white roses.
Thank you.
Is that the audience chanting? I think you should study up on your celebrities, Mr. Wright. Right, I'm getting shut down by a toy. Press this again. There's gotta be a line of questioning in here. They saw the costume. Ben only saw Max. That's a bit strange, don't you think? What's strange? That you only saw Max. Doesn't it seem like you should have seen someone else as well? What? Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Who else do you think the witness should have seen? Oh, they should have seen, Mo was leaving as well, weren't they? Will they? Oh, is it Mo or is it the victim? They probably should have seen Russell if they went that way. It's not gonna be that the puppet should have seen Ben, is it? I swear to God. I don't know which one it is. I don't know if it's the clown. Like, did we establish that Mo was already away or that they should have seen Russell? I can't save it, unfortunately. I hate it when you get the presenting that it's like, you can't save anymore. They should have. Did they have seen Russell? Yeah, they should have seen Russell. That's the victim. That's correct. If Trillo was at the entrance to the plaza, he should have seen the ringmaster as well. Okay, we got it. Obviously the ringmaster arrived at the scene of the crime before the witness could have seen him. Anyone with sense could have figured that one out. What are you talking about? The ringmaster and Max went together to the ringmaster's room. Is that, according to the defendant, a likely story? If Maximilian Galactica was supposed to be in the ringmaster's room, Why was he, just as the witness stated, at the scene of the crime? Ah, I see. It seems that at this stage I have no reason to doubt this witness's testimony. There are clearly no conclusive contradictions. He's right. Oh no. A brilliant judgment, Your Honor. Now let's move along with the testimony. Trillo wouldn't happen to have an ulterior motive for incriminating Max, would he? Well, Max is part of that bitter love triangle with Regina, which is probably why Max conked him over the head. Well, yeah, like Max actually hit Benjamin. Nick, wasn't Ben the one who got knocked over the head? They're the same person. Yeah, I think so. I don't know anymore. Around what time did the police arrive at the scene?
I suppose that would have been around... Hey, what time was it?
Huh? I think it was around, I'd say a bit after 10:30 p.m., I think. Practice ended at 10 p.m., so you hung around the lodging house the entire time. I guess that sounds about right. Wasn't it awfully cold? I can't believe you just stand outside in that weather. Well, the truth is...
Will you shut up, you big-nosed dope? Why are you telling him anything extra? Why can't you believe that we just stand outside in that weather?
Well, maybe you were waiting for someone.
What? Who said we were waiting for someone?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, we can all do without your offhanded theories. But this witness, he's cracking under the pressure already. I'm on to something. Mr. Wright, who do you suppose the witness was waiting for out in the cold that night? They would have been waiting for Regina? It's the monkey. It's not the monkey. They probably would have been waiting for Regina. Well, if he was waiting outside in the cold, it was for one person. And one person only. He was waiting for the animal tamer, Regina. What? Did Trillo's head just fall off? Oh no. You were waiting outside for Regina to come back to the lodging house. Am I mistaken? Is this true? Well, you can't really ask me that question.
Who cares what I was waiting for that night? What's important is what I saw, don't you forget it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! The pup may be a bit stiff, but he's right. Eh? Alright. There was obviously a reason why this witness was there that night. He spent all that time waiting for Regina to arrive. Moreover, even if someone else would have walked right in front of him, I doubt he would have paid them a second thought.
Ah!
That makes perfect sense. What did you just say? The witness saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. However, he did not see the victim on the way to his eventual demise. If you accept that, then you must accept that there is a high likelihood that he could have missed someone else other than Max heading to the scene. Please stop whipping me. There is absolutely no proof that the witness was waiting for the animal tamer.
I guess you got me. Alright, I'll spill the beans for real this time. It's true, I was waiting for Regina.
Pain! Don't volunteer things. Mr. Quist, tell us the truth this time, and I mean the whole truth. Were you or were you not waiting for Regina at the entrance to the lodging house?
I was waiting to propose to her.
You were what? Waiting to propose?
What's the matter? You think that humans have a monopoly on marriage?
This guy's quite mentally ill. The matter of puppet marriage is not under review in this case.
You're the judge. I mean, look at your horrible outfit.
More pain. Thanks to your bumbling, my perfect plan is not so perfect anymore. Now we have to waste time getting to the bottom of some silly proposal by a puppet.
Hey, don't be so surprised I was gonna propose to Vegeta. I even had something to give to her. I kept it in my pocket waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night. It was a present for her. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my...
Okay. Alright. You were going to propose? You? A puppet?
Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love.
What? I guess you're right. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. We need to get rid of everyone in this court. I'll just be 1 second. I'll be right back. Hang on 1 sec. Sorry, I left the siren going. I left the siren going. Terribly sorry. I just needed to check something. Are all the sirens necessary? I'm so sorry. I meant to stop that before I went. I just had to quickly check something. This is the police. Okay, let me just get some water. The judge is like 40 in this game? There's no way he's 40. Like, if he's 40, like, what went wrong? There's no way. World's oldest 40-year-old. Like, I thought he was like 70, I'll be honest with you.
Exactly.
His honor is looking a little less than honorable right now. Okay, Mr. Wright, please continue with your cross-examination. Oh. What was with that sigh at the end? Do I need to bring the sirens back? Okay, about the proposal. Okay, well, we already know. I've still got it in my pocket. So you're still thinking of trying to give it to Regina?
Of course I am. I spent 3 months' salary on this thing. I'm not gonna give up that easily.
And I wonder how much he receives for appearing in the circus. Probably way more than he deserves. How about it, Nick? I think it's about time to unwrap this toy's testimony. That's the spirit, Nick. Give him heck. The judge has that dazed, confused look again. Maybe he should get out more. Let me unwrap the toy's testimony. Gonna be a close call, Maya, but I think I can beat this action man in court today. Like, this is ridiculous. How is that not it? The evidence is... How? How on... I have the ring here. He claims that it's still in his pocket. Okay. What was it exactly that you planned on giving her?
You know exactly what I was gonna give her, numbskull. The only thing I could find that could match Regina's beauty.
Answer his question. What was it?
You're gonna die when you hear this. It's an engagement ring.
Engagement ring? Wow, those two nearly fell out of their chairs. Mr. Phoenix Wright's joke has gone too far. Time for this to end right here. Is Von Karma, like, taking action against the puppet? Or is this because Whip looks like it's about to lash out at almost anything? One hit from that thing will probably shut someone up for a long time. Pain equals bad. Push on anyway. We gotta push on. It may be something of a joke, but this is a historic moment. The first time that a puppet has ever proposed to a human. I advise you to cut this argument short. I'm going to have to agree with the defense here. Will the witness please revise their testimony? Specifically about the engagement ring. I'd like to stick to facts, not sociology.
You sure do enjoy sweating the details, especially for a man in a black bathrobe.
I plan to give him an engagement ring. An engagement ring?
It's actually a diamond-shaped stone cut from glass. Even more brilliant than the real thing. I guess Regina is gonna love it.
It's just a ring. What's the matter, Nick? Well, there's got to be something I can catch him on. Like, we have it! Why didn't that work? Whose pocket was the ring in?
Mine, of course. What a stupid question. Gotta be kidding me. You think Ben could pull that off?
I'm sorry, really.
You don't have to apologize for that. He's the one who should be apologizing.
Really? I have to press them all. But you went to the lodging house to give it to her.
That's right. I tried to give it to her during practice so many times I lost count, but that uppity snob kept getting in the way.
Uppity snob? He couldn't possibly be talking about me, Maximilian Galactica. When I get a hold of him, I'm going to saw his wood block in half, and not with magic. Max, you're currently suspected of murder, and I don't know how seriously this court of law will take threatening murder on a puppet, so it's probably best to stop talking. Well, they always say that love creates rivalries. But what about this present? Okay, I've still got it. But that's still... Save it. I'm amazed that it wasn't the ring. Is it the ring now? Because I've clarified that it's an engagement ring? Okay. Right. You have to clarify first. Okay, I mean, we already knew what it was. King's Quest logic again. Yep. No, it really is. But you didn't use the item in the correct way. You have to look at the item first before you use it. Use key on door. Which key on door? You haven't looked at the keys. Raise key in front of face. Use key on door. There you go. Grillo, do you mind if I show you something? What is it?
What are you talking about?
Uh-oh. Looks like they're going to double team me now. Do you recognize this ring?
Ah, that's mine. Give it back. Thief.
Didn't you just testify about this very object? I believe you said, in the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Why then do I have it right here? Grillo's dead again. What is going on here?
That's Ben, say something.
Don't put me on the spot like that, Trillo. I found this in Money's room. Money's room? You mean a room they put money? Like a bank vault?
Ah, that filthy monkey is gonna get what's coming to him.
Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you avoided slander and innocent fiats in my court. Wait, what? Well, Your Honor, Money really is a monkey. in every sense of the word. Ah, I see. Well then. Money likes to go after the shiniest things that you can find and gather them up. Shiny things? Trillo, when was this ring stolen from you? Well, I suppose it was that time, you know, that night. The night of the crime. What did you just say? Details. I need more details. Well, it was stolen right after Max showed up in the plaza. Right about when you saw the defendant walk past, correct? Well, I guess might be able to say that. The ring might have, well, it could have been taken around that time. Ooh. Yeah, oh. The monkey did the murder, Your Honor.
Ben, what's with you? Oh, whatever. It has nothing to do with anything, especially who not who committed the murder.
It's not for you to decide what has to do with what. Now, Trillo, back to the topic at hand.
I haven't admitted a thing. Not I, Mr. Trillo Quist.
What did you do when the ring was taken, Trillo?
You know exactly what I did. I chased after that ring, snatching monkey money.
But you weren't able to catch up with him, were you?
It's all this slow loafy fool called Ben's fault. While he was fumbling his way through the snow, that dumb monkey was able to get away.
That is indeed an incredible shame. Well, this does indeed prove one very important point. Prove an important point? What point could that possibly be? Ben doesn't exercise enough, Your Honor. He's been missing leg day this entire time. Ben's testimony has a flaw. There is a huge contradiction in his witness's testimony. Contradiction? The witness just testified to the following effect. Up until the police arrived, he didn't move from the entrance to the plaza. However, the witness just stated that he chased after Money the Monkey. When the witness was off chasing Money, there was no one watching the plaza. What is the meaning of all this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Where are you going with this little theory of yours? I'm saying that there is no possible way that this witness saw the plaza the entire time. That's where I'm going with this little theory, which leads me to my next point. It is entirely possible that someone other than the defendant was at the scene. Interesting, Mr. Wright. Well then, tell me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Do you have any proof that something slipped past this vigilant ventriloquist? In case we need to look for proof. Well, he obviously didn't see the victim, the ringmaster, arrive on the scene. However, that doesn't change the fact that he saw the defendant arrive. The witness is lying. He is blinded by his rivalry with Max. Well, the defense's argument does hold water. Its witness does have a history of animosity towards the defendant.
What? How dare you? I wouldn't just lie to get that dork face in trouble. He's not even worth it. I saw him, no doubt about it. I saw that worthless liar.
Well, just for clarity's sake, let's flesh out exactly who you saw on that night.
Ha! I've told you so many times. You think you know my story's not changing.
Aminosity. The streamer said the word wrong. Let me type a message. Let me type it real quick. Let me just type. The world needs to know. He typed it wrong. Animosity. He said the word wrong. He has an English degree. Remind him he has the English degree. He said word wrong. Animosity. Like, some of you guys, like, it doesn't matter what it is. If I make, like, the slightest slip, this guy says he has an English degree, like... Raid his house. Your life is at stake. You've already changed your story, Stick Boy. And I'm sure it will change some more. Stick Boy! Where there is one lie, there are usually many more behind it. Exactly, Maya. That's why we have to keep after him. Yeah. Elk and Blinking, thank you for the 100 bits each. Like, minor speech mistake. Chat wins. You lose. Goodbye. Like, oh, thanks for 300 bits earlier. Okay. Oh, this is a new testimony. Oh, okay. I have to actually go through that. Sorry. So that means that here. Let me just rewind it. Money snatched the ring. How long was it until you came back to where you were waiting? Well, let's see. I'd say about, I suppose, 5 minutes. I think. So the victim could have arrived on the scene in that 5-minute stretch. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Okay. Okay, so I need to actually read this because I kind of missed it the first time.
I'll give you that I was waiting that night for Regina, but that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up after I had been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I could have mistaken someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols.
Okay. So that's the testimony. Okay, why did you lie? So you were only concerned with waiting for Regina that night. That means you probably wouldn't have noticed if someone else showed up.
You should think about how many eyes I actually have. I've got 4, you know.
This man's very ill.
Counting Ben, of course. With that many eyes, do you really think something would have slipped by me?
4 eyes is an awful lot of attention directed at one area, I suppose. Judge. This man is mentally sick. Alright, like, don't just... Well, he can look both ways at the same time. That's kind of impressive if you think about it. Like... Yikes. The judge is even more dangerous to our case than Trillo. Get out the wood chipper. Oh, God. I saw Max in the plaza. So you saw Max coming out of the big top that night?
Of course that's where I saw him coming from. I was staring at the entrance to the tent the entire time.
Guess that makes sense, especially since he was waiting for Regina. They showed up after I had been waiting there for about 5 minutes. This game is existence of ghosts and the supernatural. There is a non-zero chance Trillo is alive. But he's not. Trillo's not alive. You can see Ben talking. I will buy into the ghosts. I fully accept that there are ghosts in this universe. I do not accept that this man is 2 people. Okay? I do not accept this one person on the stand is 2 different people and this puppet is sentient. This isn't Toy Story. Prove it. Let me just pick up Trillo. Hey Ben, take your hand out of Trillo's ass for a moment. I need to show the court something. Hey guys, look at me. I'm Trillo now. You can have him back. Keep pressing. About what time would you say these events took place?
You are one of the dumbest people on the planet if you can't figure it out yourself. You already know that practice finished promptly at 10 p.m. And you already know that I went to the lodging house right after practice. You don't need to be a brain surgeon to know about around what time it was when I saw him. Just add 10 more minutes. I'm sure you can do that. Now, what time was it?
Indeed, what time was it? What time was it? Let me think about that for a sec. It was 10:10 p.m. Ah, yes, that sounds about right.
Sounds about right, because that's the time I saw Max on the scene.
He said good evening, but he didn't even acknowledge it. But you testified that you said good evening to Max that night.
You must enjoy asking incredibly obvious questions. You say good morning in the morning and good afternoon during the day, right? And it's obvious I'd say good night to someone at night. What, Ben, you got something to add? Let me guess. That's not it, Trillo. You say good evening at night.
I'm sorry, Trillo. Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you kept your friend Trillicus act outside of this courtroom. Me too, Judge. This is the first time I've agreed with him.
Impossible. A performer lives and breathes his performances. You should know better.
Gotta be something wrong with this bit of testimony. Ben's half of the comedy act. Trillo's evening greeting. I don't think Trillo would have said hi. Trillo probably wouldn't have said hi. It's not the fact that it's specifically good night or good evening. Trillo would have, like, made fun of him. It's either that or the fact that Ben didn't say anything. Isn't that a bit strange to you?
What do you mean?
Well, if you hate Max so much, why would you bother being nice to him? It strikes me as somewhat strange.
Why would it strike you as strange?
Exactly. How is it strange to be cordial to one of your fellow co-workers and treat them with respect? It doesn't take much to treat people properly, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You sad excuse for an attorney. You foolish fool of the most foolish fools. Some basic human decency doesn't go amiss. You piece of garbage. Well, if it was simply just being cordial to a coworker, I would understand. Maybe you should think of having some proof before your lips start flapping next time. Look at this idiot, Your Honor, wasting everyone's precious moments. Proof is everything in this world. You should have learned that back in grade school. The word of today is cordial. Brought to you by Von Karma. There's no reason that Trillo would ever say something nice to Max. How do I go about proving that with the evidence? Bluffing is everything in this world. I'm sure you already learned that one. I guess I can give it a shot. The witness will resume his testimony. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. You're 100% absolutely sure of what you just said.
I told you already, geez, I am 100% absolutely sure.
There's no way that he could be any more confident than that, right? 100% is the maximum possible percent, Phoenix Wright. What will you do now, as he saw this person with certainty? Those three ridiculous symbols, huh?
Out of curiosity, exactly how many times have you asked that question by now? If you're gonna ask again, I'll answer with a chorus. Everyone together now.
Silkat! Cloak. White roses. What? It's not a fucking pantomime.
Thank you very much.
Maya, you didn't have to join in, did you? But it's fun shouting out with everyone else. There has to be a hole in his testimony somewhere. I agree. Do we have the proof to make something stick? All we can do is try, right, Nick? We gotta have something that will prove useful. Alright, time to go to work. There's a lot of attention that's drawn towards his outfit. There's the white roses. Silk hat, cloak. Waiting for Regina. I saw Max. The white roses would be a hard detail to spot. Unless he was looking directly at him. At Very Big Circus, a picture of the crime scene. Don't know anything about the box yet. The hat was found at the crime scene. I saw him at the crime scene. There's no way I can mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. I'm gonna go over them again. Like, it is just... Press it. Little cat. Cloak, white roses. Like, it seems like an odd detail to specify the white roses and not like the shoes or something like that. Like, that would stand out a lot more. The fact that it's the white roses means that they saw him from the front, but they can't actually identify him, which is weird. I'm missing something here. What am I missing? Saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. Just press this again. If you saw him at the scene, is it specifically when the murder took place? Because the hat was left behind. Is that the detail? Is it just like the hat? Is that the game's logic? He wasn't wearing the hat at this point. Because, like, he could have been wearing the hat, but then he walked past, basically. Okay. Save it. I'm going to try present the hat. No. Okay, well, we got low health. I don't understand if I'm missing something. Those are white roses. It's just this bit that I'm missing. Seasoning doesn't show anything. The box at the moment doesn't show anything. The ring isn't showing anything. The monkey doesn't help. Circus map doesn't really help. Bottle, that was earlier in the day. Does it have to be the poster? Am I missing something? Logic is telling me that it's like oddly the poster. I don't know why though, because it doesn't seem like there's any reason it should be it. No, there's not. Okay. saw Max in the plaza. We pressed everything, didn't we? Yeah, that's, you wouldn't have noticed. This is him having 4 eyes and it's treated as serious fact. There has to be a hole in his testimony somewhere. I agree, but do we have the proof to make something stick? All we can do is try, right, Nick? Gotta have something that will prove useful. I don't know what this one is. Okay, rule them out. Magatama, no. Picture of the crime scene. No, it doesn't really help. For identifying Max? Not really. The hat was found at the scene. Documents. It's not the poster. I presented the hat as well, so it's not the hat. What is it? I saw Max in the plaza. He showed up after I've been waiting for about 5 minutes. He said good evening. There were other options that we could press in this. Ben's half of the comedy act? We didn't try that. I hate to say it, but Ben's part of your little act is coming off a bit stale. I'm sure if a pro was to review your work, you're not trying to pass yourself off as a professional performer, are you? Don't get so wrapped up in yourself, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You should know better. Time of death was 10:15. They got out at 10. So it was like 10:10. I really don't get this one. I'm trying to think, like, what is the logic here? Like, what's the fault that I'm looking at? Is there something wrong with the time? Like, let's double check times. Practice finish at 10. And 10 p.m. But like, that makes sense with the timeline that someone disguised as Max walks past. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm trying to think what it is. He said good evening. I saw Max in the plaza. Saw him coming out of there. Like, something to do with time? No. I don't know. No way I can mistake someone wearing those ridiculous symbols. Like, I already tried presenting the hat. That's what I don't understand. Okay, I don't see this one. Help me, chat. What is it? What am I looking to present? The bottle. What am I presenting the bottle on? Oh, are we really hung up about that detail? Let me see, because I know that they... Oh, okay. Isn't that a bit strange to you? Okay. Alright, because he doubles down on the greeting, but he was assaulted earlier. Okay, so yeah, so that's what it is. Okay, I get it now. So we probably still shouldn't have said good evening, because he was literally attacked earlier that day. Alright. We're barking up the wrong tree. Trillo, is it not true that you had a fight with Max on the day of the murder? A fight? A fight over Regina, to be exact.
It wasn't that big of a deal, it was just an argument, a disagreement at most.
Yeah, so he keeps playing it off for some reason. A disagreement usually doesn't end with someone getting clonked over the head. So we're gonna make it so he's an unreliable witness to all this. That morning, Ben got clobbered over the head by Max, didn't he?
What?
What? Is that admission of assault and battery? Out! Before we handle that, we should wrap up the defendant's murder charge first. Yeah, it is an admission of assault, actually, Your Honor. Truth is that on the day of the crime, the defendant and witness had a huge fight. There's absolutely no way they would have suddenly become cordial that evening. Okay, yeah, so... Because I was thinking... You see... Yeah, I guess it's just the greeting, because I knew this context, so it's like, yeah, it kind of makes sense that he's biased against Max because of that. But I wasn't thinking that we need to go down that road, because I thought that had already been established that they just don't like each other. But, no, we haven't actually presented the bottle, so it makes a bit more sense. Moreover, just consider the personality of the witness on the stand. There is no way a puppet this lewd would just come up and say good evening to his rival.
Ah!
Are you saying this witness is lying? That he is trying to frame the defendant by claiming to have seen him at the crime scene?
Aye, I didn't tell a single lie. Honestly, I just...
That's enough from you, Mr. Quist. Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. Let's clarify his testimony for the court. Could you explain your theory about who the witness actually saw that night? He saw a different person. It is my belief that the witness did indeed see someone that night. It was just someone else. That's who he said good evening to. What kind of theory is that? The correct one. Oh shit! Furthermore, I don't believe the person the witness saw was Max at all. What? If he had truly met Max that night, there would have been no greeting at all. Which means there is only one proper answer. The person the witness saw that night was not Maximilian Galactica. That is why Trillo made the effort to greet whoever it was that he saw that evening. Or good evening, as he put it. What in the world? You. Would the defense kindly explain who it was that Trillo saw that evening, then? I was about to save before I did this, Your Honor. It's not the monkey. No, it's not the monkey. Okay. They saw Ben, my god. They did not see Regina, they would have left. So it's Russell or Mo? I never know when it's between these two, which it could have been. Was it just Russell? Did I just see Russell even? Save, save, save. Why won't he save? Why won't he save? It's as if you can't save at this point in time. Calm down. There's always something like whenever you get to this point, it's like, save the game quick! You're not the one playing the game. You can't save it right now. Like, I never get it. There's always that one guy, it's like, why the fuck isn't he saving? You can't. You can't. I even said it. This guy has an English degree, you can't even save the game! It would have had to be Mo. If it wasn't the ringmaster. It's one of the two of them. I think the ringmaster makes more sense. Considering the ill temper of the witness, there's only one person he would greet. It must be Regina, right? It's Regina, right? See, she's so cute. No, Your Honor. It is not Regina. If it was Regina, Trillo would have given her the engagement ring as a present. Oh, yeah, I suppose he got a point there. It was Russell Berry, the victim himself, was it not? You are correct, it was indeed Russell Berry. The person you saw that evening was the victim, the ringmaster, Russell Berry. That's why you greeted him, Trillo. Isn't that correct?
Nope.
Answer the question, Mr. Quist.
Ah!
Trillo's dead again. Order, order! How do you respond to this?
Wait a second. Well, at first I thought it was the old man. But once I got a better look at him, it was obviously Maximilian Galactica.
I think it is high time that we clear the air about this question. Mr. Quist obviously witnessed a single person in the area of the plaza that evening. The problem is identifying exactly who that person was. Was it Maximilian Galactica? Or was it the ringmaster, one Mr. Russell Berry? The prosecution argues that it was the defendant that the witness saw that night. The witness has clearly stated that he saw the defendant's 3 symbols. 3 symbols.
Alright, this is getting old. Come on, man. You gotta remember them by now. Here we go again. Everyone, all together now.
Once again, this court of law is a pantomime. Yes, yes, we know. The silk hat, cloak, and white roses. A silk hat and a cloak. Anyone could wear them. They'd even look good on me. What was that? Well, the witness has endlessly repeated that he saw Max's 3 symbols. However, how do we really know it was Maximilian Galactica? Could have been someone else dressed up as something. Possibly even Russell Berry. What? What? Miss Von Karma! Do you have clear evidence that the person the witness saw was the defendant? Well, if that's the case, then it is impossible for me to make a judgment at this point. Yes, I think we finally won a point in this one. That is very unfortunate. Huh? You're just a little too excited for your own good, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What do you mean by that? You merely establish one thing from this witness. You establish that this witness saw one person in that plaza that night. I applaud you on your effort, but... What? Who that person was can only be answered by the next witness. Huh? Your Honor, the prosecution will provide, beyond a shadow of a doubt, an answer to that question, an evidence that clearly establishes one thing. That there is no one other than Maximilian Galactica responsible for this crime. Very well. The court will take a 10-minute recess. During that time, I request that the prosecution prepare the next witness. Court is now in recess. Okay, to be continued. We've survived the first part of court. Gonna probably have the clown on trial next. Okay, defendant lobby number 5. Sweetie, you have to believe me. I didn't go anywhere near that crime scene. So then, where were you when the murder took place? We talked about it yesterday, remember? I was in the ringmaster's room. And while you were there, it was the ringmaster who left the room, right? Exactly. He told me to wait in the room because he would be right back. That's when the ringmaster headed to the scene of the crime, right? That's what it seems like. But the ringmaster must have been wearing Max's costume, right? Oh, sweetie, I just remembered. It's some vital evidence for this investigation to defend me in court proper. Sorry I was so careless of me not to mention this prior to this moment. I went straight to the ringmaster's room still dressed in my stage clothes. But when I got there, I went ahead and took the costume off. Which means... It means that the ringmaster could have taken his costume and went out looking like Max. Fabulous! That's a fabulously possible possibility. Well done, Nick. However, sweetie, why would the ringmaster want to dress up like me? Isn't that a bit strange? If you think about it, all they found at the crime scene was my silk hat. What about my cloak? Where did that go? Double, Wow, Max, I never thought of that. You should be a detective or something. Well, I never was quite sure what to be when I grew up. Magician or president. You have no idea how hard it was to make a decision. We all come to a crossroads in our lives between those two options. I think when I was a kid, I wanted to grow up to be a penguin. Didn't work out, unfortunately. That's really cool. Fabulous, this mystery just keeps getting deeper. Wanted to be a princess, bless. Okay, part 2. I need to flick on a light because we're in that lovely time of the year where it's dark when it's 4:30. I love winter, but the lack of sunlight is depressing. One sec. There we go. Let me just get some water too. Do not save RT. I'm gonna live dangerously for the rest of the stream just to get that one guy in chat. RT, don't you live in the UK? Isn't it always raining? Somebody ban that user. Remove them from this chat. And they can think about what they just said. I hope you saved. Hope you saved. You're about to lose a lot of progress. Oh my god. Now that everyone is back, except that one guy in Twitch chat. Let's get started. The court is now back in session. Miss Von Karma, please proceed with the prosecution's case. Very well. I will now call my next witness. A pitiful clown with the unfortunate distinction of having seen the entire thing. Will Mr. Lawrence Curls please take the stand? Why did she just call him a pitiful clown? Oh, here we go. The witness will state his name and occupation for the court record. Wait. What was that? What was that line of dialogue? In West Clownopedia? Like, where did he? Clowndelphia? It was a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air reference, was it? In Fresh Clownadelphia. Oh my god, it's not where I expected to see it. Will the witness please inform the court why he's speaking biographical gibberish? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just not used to being in court. I never been in a courtroom in my life. I wasn't quite sure what joke is best suited to this sort of occasion. What in the world are you talking about? You're in a grand hall of justice, not some comedy club. Since it's easy to see your occupation, please state your name for the court. Oh yeah, maybe this joke is okay. Mom, do I have to wear pants? The sign only says no shirt, no shoes, no service. Okay, how about this? Have you met my proctologist, Dr. Seymour Butts? How was that one? But a couple of clowns who were up to no good started making trouble. Why is he doing that? Your name. Lawrence Curls, professional funny man, also known as Mo the Clown. You witnessed the scene at around 10:15 p.m., the day of the murder, correct? Yes, it was. Very well, Mr. Curls. Will you please testify what you saw that evening? A rabbi, a priest, and a Rastafarian walked into this... Without the humor, please. This is no place for funny business, Mr. Clown. Okay. I have to be so, I have to, try and distinguish those voices, because I know that, the clown voice... I'm very similar to Goofy. Whereas Goofy is a bit more of a deeper voice. I have to be real careful to distinguish those. Poor Mo can't be his normal stoogey self in court. Okay, what you witnessed? I know. I'm not the greatest comedian in the world. I haven't been able to make people laugh for 10 years. How old is this game? How many more years has it been? No matter what I say, all I get in return is a vacant stare and polite applause. Since no one ever laughs at my jokes, I've taken to laughing at them myself. It's a bad habit, but hey, at least I'm trying. Imagine my predicament. I'm a clown who can't make people laugh. I'm almost useless, but I keep trying. I even tried to come up with jokes just for today. This is his testimony. Like, what does this have to do with the crime? But this atmosphere is very nerve-wracking. I decided to try making everyone laugh. Seriously, everyone, what do you think of me? How am I doing? What does that have to do with the crime? Are we the ones supposed to be asking the questions here? Witness. Huh? We will listen to your call for help after the court proceedings are over. Oh shit. Thus, please stick to the facts of this case. Really? You'll hear me out? Well, I'll make sure that one of my staff will be your straight man later. Thank you, I can't wait. Oh, poor Gumshoe. Now that's settled. Shall we begin once again with the testimony? Of course we can. I'll talk for as long as you want. Oh, Jesus. Sad Blue Man, thank you for 1,000 bits. What do you call it when Maya escapes from the detention center? A small medium at large. I don't know why that's funny. Okay. Oh, it's funnier than this clown, alright? The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You might have noticed how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced at the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away though. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clunked the ringmaster over the head. That's very interesting. If this eyewitness account is to believe, I have enough to pass judgment right now. Well, I guess we don't need to hear from the defense this time. I want to get off for lunch again. Of course you can. There is no way that this account can be criticized. However, the witness is a bit, how do you say, off kilter. Almost like he has some sort of atmosphere of guilt surrounding him. That must be because of my insincere smile. Mr. Wright, please begin the defense's cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Oh. Nick, you've got to find some kind of contradiction in his testimony. I know that. Mr. Wright! Your Honor? I'm afraid that if you push this witness too far, it would bring disaster upon the court. Thus, I sincerely hope you are not going to engage in pointless saber-rattling. I understand, Your Honor. If you cause this clown to stray from the facts, I'll hold you responsible. Why am I responsible? I'm not the one with the corny jokes. I hate these characters. Okay. Okay, I went straight back to my room. It was pooped. Probably go straight to sleep. Before I did, I glanced out the window. Okay, silhouettes. Press this. Far away, you say. You have to say exactly how far away were they. Let me think about that for a second. If my room is here, and they looked about yay big, I'd say they're about 30 feet from my window. Just 30 feet. That's not far at all. It was snowing that night, and it cut down on visibility. I see. Please continue with your testimony regarding the two shadows that you saw. Okay, the ringmaster deals with Max. Press it. You'd say you clearly saw this, even though you were, by your own admission, far away. That's right! I had been thinking about it over and over since that night, but things didn't really make sense until I spoke with the prosecutor, Miss Von Karman. But now I'm 100% certain that it was Max and the ringmaster that I saw that night. Just think about it. How could I be wrong if Max is always wearing his uppity symbols? Uppity symbols. Lawyers nowadays. Do you even have to go to school anymore to be one? Alright, everyone knows what to do. All together now. Say it with Uncle Mo.
Will you please shut up? Shut up! Shut up, I tell you, shut up!
See what I mean? It's always like this. The crowd never wants to go along with me. I must really be utterly and completely worthless as a clown. Yes. Enough foolishness. Get back on track. Well, the witness police just testified as what they saw, and only what he saw. Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. You say you saw the ringmaster get clonked over the head? Yes, I did. It's the climax of my story. Really does enjoy the completely random non sequitur. What does that mean? Sequitur. An inference or conclusion that does not follow from the premises of evidence. English degree, and he had to look up a word? What would you say the victim was struck with? You mean the weapon? I have no idea. A weapon wasn't found at the murder scene, right? That's not what I meant. You did say you did see everything, didn't you? Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Wait, no I didn't. I didn't see a weapon. You didn't see a weapon. Mo, did you or did you not see the crime of murder committed that night? I will not permit you to harass my witness in this manner. You'd better have an excellent reason for attacking this poor clown. Because if you don't, you know what is waiting for you. A nice penalty. Let's just save the game real quick. That's a bit melodramatic. So what will it be then, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Do you have any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see the crime? Well, it was snowing. Sure? Of course I have grounds to make this claim. Then let's hear it. That's something I can't share with you at this time. What did you just say? Mr. Wright! I know there's something wrong with this testimony, but I can't put why I feel this way into words for the judge. Yes, Your Honor. This is incredibly relevant for the case. It's a surprise that will help us later. I don't think this is how law works. Maybe we should get a bit more information. Once we find something more solid, we can give it another shot. Yeah, you're right. Mr. Wright, before you resume testimony, you know that you must be penalized. That's enough! Oh no! This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. Nor is there any more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Billy Bob Johns. Whoops. That could have gone better. Yeah, I got nothing, Von Carver. I'm just joshing you. Well, see, right now I don't have a clear basis to be thinking that. Then this is just another one of your pointless efforts to badger my witness. Thus, you've just earned yourself a penalty from me. Oh, wait a second, Miss Von Karma. Oh, thank God, Judge saved us. This time, I do not feel the need to treat Mr. Wright so harshly. That's right, what he said. Bailed out by the judge, what an honor indeed. If we must penalize Mr. Wright for his display, I think a verbal censure will be best. Huh? You know the rules, Mr. Wright. There's no room for baseless hounding in this courtroom, unless it's coming from the prosecutor or me. Guess he didn't really bail me out after all. You know, Mo's testimony and what he told us yesterday are kind of different. Yeah, I noticed. We've just got to pinpoint what's changed. You can do it, Nick. Okay, save it. So what am I trying to call Mo out on? The monkey. I don't know. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. Can I press this one again? Just, you clearly saw this even though you were far away. Okay, up at these symbols. Conked him over the head. We don't know what he was hit with. I'm really struggling to kind of piece this one together. I was pooped. You were pooped that night. Yes, I was very, very tired. Not to mention I had some bad Mexican food. What? The double cheese double. Bean enchilada is a most dangerous menu item. What happened after that, as they say, happens. Ah ha! That one was cool, huh? I hear the kids really love toilet humor these days. No, it's mostly just like TikTok and like it doesn't require an attention span, Mo. I'm sorry. That joke was so hip. I don't want to ruin it with a reply. Hang on, Mo. Like Mo, I've got a sick meme that the kids will love. Sussy Baka Among Us. It's comedy gold. Comedy gold. Listen to them all laugh. Listen to them all laugh. Pinnacle of comedy. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. Wait, what? Did Mo kill us? Oh, for the love of God. We get penalized if he makes a joke. So unfunny you died in court. God damn it. Like, that man got the death penalty because like a clown made a joke in court. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know what to press again. Ringmaster at max. You clearly saw him. Uppity symbols. Oh god, no, it's doing it again. Ringmaster at max. Wait, no, is that the same one? Say you saw him get clonked. The weapon. Did you see it or not? Yeah, that's the same point we were at. We don't have anything. I went straight to my room. Do we press this first one? You'd say that practice wrapped up around 10 p.m., correct? See, that's the thing. Huh? How exactly am I supposed to make a joke about 10 p.m.? Now 8 o'clock? That's something a clown can riff off of. Let's just pretend it was 8 o'clock. That way I can make a great joke. I hate this character. Let's not. Let's not make it 8 p.m., alright, Mo? What do you mean, let's not? Don't take the clown out of the clowning around. Come on, Nick, just listen to his joke. There are 3 reasons why I don't want to. 1, I probably won't laugh. 2, I'll get hit with a penalty. 3, I'll get whipped. Will the witness just proceed with his factual testimony? You are so boring. I kinda wanna hear his joke, though. You know you wanna hear the joke. A man goes to his doctor and the doctor asks, how is number 1? The man says, every day at 6. And... Witness, these are exactly the type of jokes you should say for that detective. You knew what would happen. Don't look at me like that. Mr. Wright, you're hereby penalized. This will not become a kangaroo. I've hereby find Maximilian Galactica guilty. He will be killed. It was worth the joke. This clown is the most dangerous person we've had in the stand. By far. I hate every character in this case. Just gotta get through it. I don't see what the logic is again. I don't know what I'm supposed to present. There's no weapon. Not the badge, not the magatama, not the photo. Hat, maybe. Related to the crime scene. Papers, no. Poster, no. Not the bottle. Not the map. Did Mo mention seeing the box? Did he mention the box? I don't know. There were 2 silhouettes. There's only 1 set of footprints. Can we show that from the picture? It's been a week since we last played, so I kind of actually forgotten some of his previous testimony. No. It's not the footprints. The other case, like, I've been able to follow the logic for, like, where the line and that. For this one, it feels like I'm just taking a leap of fate half the time. I don't see where the obvious contradiction is. I just don't see it. I pressed this as well, didn't I? You just happened to glance out the window. You could say that. You could also say I peeked, stared, glimpsed, peeped, eyeball. Mr. Curls. Oh, I guess synonyms aren't allowed either. I do. I wonder if I should press him further on this issue. Oh, God. Exactly why did you look out your window that night? Why? Why? Clowns don't need a reason to look out their windows, do they? That's not what I meant. I meant that, well, when we spoke yesterday... Oh, shit. Okay, right. I'm glad we pressed that, because I completely forgot about this detail. It's been a week since I played this. He forgot to mention the noise. Yeah. Once I tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. Yep, completely forgot. It's been a week since I played. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You forgot? Your Honor, the witness looked out of his window upon hearing a loud sound. He did not just simply glance out his window that night. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention that thump, didn't I? Ow! That's not something you just forget to mention. Yeah, what she said. I'm with Phoenix here. It's like, yeah, you can't just forget that, Mo. What's wrong with you? I believe it would be best if Mo were to revise his testimony. Very well. Mr. Curls, please revise your testimony. Should start turning the tables in our favor. I heard a huge noise outside. What was the sound like? Well, I guess it kind of sounded like... I guess you could say. Mr. Curls, may the court remind you that humor is unnecessary. No, how'd you know that I was gonna make a joke? I guess that's the sound. Sounded like I suppose it sounded like someone getting hit with something very hard. Yeah, that's what it sounded like, honestly. Someone getting hit, huh? Watch then. You went to look out the window and you saw. So someone got hit here? Someone got hit here. And so here's like the contradiction, because here's the clonk. Yeah, there's two report at once. I still don't think there's any evidence I can present. Second save slot. People, please stop asking for second save slot. The only reason I haven't done it is because people keep screaming it. Please. It's actually stressing me that people keep saying save, 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 save the game. I will stop playing. Thank you. It does stress me out, yeah. Don't yell at the streamer. Let me just play. Okay? Cause you're stressing me. Job is done. Over. Okay. See how we're doing. So I have saved it. I think I have reason to press in that dialogue option now where it's not just gonna be like a fail state, I think that's what it is. You saw him get clonked. Is that what it is? Didn't see a weapon.
Objection!
Here's the penalty bit. What was the question again? Do you have any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see the crime? I do now, because he says he heard the noise before he looked out the window. I've got a great reason to make my claim. And I suppose you'll be telling us all that great reason. Of course I will. The reason is the witness's very own testimony. Yeah. Because they heard the noise. What is the meaning of that, Mr. Wright? Mo said that he heard a sound like a thump of someone getting hit. He did say that. However, Mo just stated the following under oath. I kept watching him and all of a sudden Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. If Mo is to believe when he says he looked out the window upon hearing a sound, there is no way that he could have seen Max clonk anyone. I hate this clown. Mr. Curls, how do you respond to Mr. Wright's assessment? They didn't commit. These clowns promptly escaped from a maximum security clown What? Mr. Curls, are you reciting the C-Team theme to anger this court? No, I'm just stalling for time while I jog my memory. The C-Team? Great job, Nick. These types of witnesses always seem to have a selective memory. You just have to peel back the layers of the clown makeup to find the truth. Well, you're back from your jog. Well, it pretty much happened the way I said. Pretty much. When I looked out my window that night, the ringmaster was already face down in the snow. The prosecution helped me fill in the gaps of my statement. Von Karma! Tampering with the witnesses again. Now you were saying that you did not see the defendant clonk the ringmaster. Yes. When I looked out my window, the ringmaster had already checked out. Checked out? Yep. He was on a permanent vacation, as they say. Mr. Curls, Your Honor, you did not witness the actual crime. However, you still say you saw the criminal, correct? Yes, exactly. The ringmaster was slumped over and I saw someone's silhouette next to him. Very well. Then can you please testify to this silhouette you saw? I expect the truth for once. Not like the 50 other testimonies we've had in the court these last year. And if I even catch a hint of a joke from you, I will put you in a holding cell until you learn court etiquette. Thank you, Judge. Got it. Okay. It was a bit far away, but that shadow could have only belonged to Max. There's no doubt in it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. The white roses. But no, he's not facing the right way, so you might not see the white roses. Wait, no, his face was silhouetted, so he's facing towards him. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt that it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. So it does seem as the defendant was at the scene of the crime. It took the clown long enough to get his facts straight. But whatever, this should finally be good enough, yes? It is a decisive testimony. Was Max out really at the crime scene that night? Said he wasn't there. We have to believe in him in that. Alright, Mr. Wright, commence your cross-examination. Let me just check one thing real quick. Okay. So, I was hoping that actually wasn't the case, because I had that spoiled for me in chat. Sorry, guys. I do not want to have to pop that on. Yeah, and that's why I was hoping it wasn't that. So, we'll play the rest of the trilogy in sub mode from here. Yeah. Apologies there, I didn't want to have to do that, but I did actually have that spoiled for me right away there. Yeah, seriously. Just please don't. I can't stress it enough. It's no fun to play. Like, you know, I want to do this as like kind of blind, and like I know it's frustrating that I might not get all of the crimes or like figure it out right away, but that's part of the experience, you know? You gotta work it out. And I'm having fun working it out. But yeah, the start of the next stream for this, we'll just keep it in sub mode from here on out. It's just for the best. Yeah, it's okay. I hope people understand that too. Because it's for other people's benefit in chat too. You know, it's like if I've been spoiled on something, I don't want other people being spoiled. Because some people, they haven't seen this game. You know? Yeah, I hope that's understandable. Okay, we're gonna keep going. So, black cloak. The cloak is very clearly not black. The thing is, even with that as well, just to stress it, I probably could have worked that out very easily. Black cloak is a glaring detail. Like, it's not even that hidden. Like, you didn't need to spoil on that detail. At least it's like a stupid spoiler than like an actual serious one, you know? Okay. Black cloak. You say you saw all of Max's uppity symbols. I suppose so. The silk hat and the cloak, right? Mo. Everyone knows that Maximilian Galactica has 3 uppity symbols. The cloak's the wrong color. That's what I was homing in on. 3 symbols? Yeah, everyone get ready. All together now. silk hat, cloak, white roses. I was homing in on the cloak. But, hey, we still got there. Who cares if he knew that there were 3 or not? He saw what he saw, and he saw the symbols. He just forgot to mention one. So, they didn't... Alright, so let's backtrack, right? So, they didn't actually spoil it, but they kind of did because it's... Did they spoil it or not? Now I'm confused. Because I was thinking, okay, well, they said black cloak, and I saw, like people were just saying in the chat, like, wait, black? Like, that's the spoiler that I saw. So it was like, oh, okay, I regret seeing that, because I probably could have worked that one out. But, I mean, we still got there very quickly by the same train of logic. I'm surprised it's homing in on the roses. Could just be a case that you didn't see the roses. But, I mean... I guess it's still a spoiler in getting to that conclusion, because like, it's the glaring detail there. The fact that it's a black robe. Yeah. We'll keep it in sub mode all the same. Yeah, intent was still to spoil. That's his thing. Yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised by that it's not the black robe. Because it seemed kind of glaring. Isn't a spoiler, but it's still backseating. It still is backseating, yeah. It's like trying to infer too much, or like spoil it for me even, I guess. Okay, let's keep going. Isn't that right, Mo? What the fuck is... Silence, fool. You are to respond with the whole truth, no fractions. Order, order! Mo, you didn't see the roses, did you? To be honest, there weren't any roses on the person I saw. The crime scene was dark. It was obvious it was too dark to see that kind of detail. But the witness said he was able to see the silhouette of the criminal's face. Not to mention that the roses are white. There's no way he could have missed them. Then the roses must have fallen off when the defendant assaulted the victim. If that was the case, then the police would have found them near the crime scene. Mr. Wright, are these white roses truly material to the facts of this case? Clearly not. He is just toying with this court. Got her on the ropes now. These seemingly insignificant facts have never failed to lead me to the truth yet. Someone is toying with the court, but it's not me. Your Honor, do you recall Trillo's testimony? There's no way I can mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. If Trillo was able to see him. By the way, the puppet, not Ben. I can mistake someone with that crazy getup. 3-piece getup. Trillo saw them all. Trillo saw all 3 of Max's symbols. However, this witness claims there was no white roses on the person he saw. There is absolutely no doubt that this is the contradiction. Now, what am I supposed to think? One is supposed to disregard the pointless, but this... Judge, forget the roses. Think about his utter testimony. The roses are so crucial to this case. Your Honor, the roses are not important anymore. The witness has stated without a doubt that he saw Maximilian Galactica. Nothing else matters. Let's wrap this case up now. Your Honor, it may be trivial, but it does cast doubt in the prosecution's case. Frankly, I have my doubts about this witness. It seems that, unlike wine, the witness has not grown more mature with it. Ooh. Even the judge hates him. I'm not mature. I've come to a conclusion. I'm 99% certain that this witness saw the defendant. However, my remaining 1% of doubt is quite reasonable, which means that for my peace of mind, I'm going to request a little bit more testimony. What? If there are no contradictions in his next statement, I am prepared to issue a Okay, so if Mo just tells the truth, like, well, he factually reported it. I guess Maximilian's guilty. This is ridiculous. I'm ruling. Nick, this is your last chance. There's no doubt in my mind. There were no white roses on that night. However, all the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat. There was no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene. Mr. Wright, you've got one last chance at this. Just one chance. I would not allow even the slightest hint of badgering against this witness. If you are going to prove to me there's a contradiction with Mr. Curl's statement, you better have at least a shred of evidence to back up your accusations. Oh, God. Can't even badger. I understand, Your Honor. One chance is all I will need. I can't even badger. There were no white roses that night. All the other symbols were there, I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat. He was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene. The hat was found at the scene of the crime. This wouldn't happen to be the silk hat you saw that night, would it? Yep, that's it. That's the hat he was wearing that night. No question in your mind. Exactly how would one mistake a thing like that? I see. Is there some sort of problem, Mr. Wright? Miss Von Karma, where exactly was the silk hat found? Must you always ask these questions? It was found at the crime scene. It's sinking in. Let her realize it. The crime scene. That means the silk hat fell off at the crime scene. However, the witness clearly testified to the contrary. The witness stated that he was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene. No, that's not true. Order, order, order! Mr. Curls! Yes, Your Honor? What is the meaning of all this? You were old enough to know better than to behave like this in court. Hey, that's just not right. That's so harsh. What's not right here is your eyesight and your memory, amongst other things. What? Why are you being so mean to me? What did I do? Let me guess. You just didn't like my jokes or something, right? You didn't have to go and insult my eyesight or my memory. They're both great. Seriously, why? Just because you were sitting above me, no matter I'll always be younger than you. Treat me with the respect I deserve.
Will you please shut up? Shut up! Shut up, I tell you, shut up!
Enough of these childish outbursts, Mr. Curls. Who do you think you are? I saw him, I swear I saw him. It was Max. Even if he didn't have his roses, he was still wearing his dumb silk hat. I'm telling the truth. He's turned into a bratty little kid. It's pitiful, isn't it? He left the scene wearing that dumb silk hat. He was there. He left the scene. What's the matter, Nick? There's something I've been mulling over for a while now. Mo. What do you want? You just said that he left the scene. Exactly how did the murderer leave the scene of the crime? What? He went... What do you mean, how did he leave the scene? You can't ask me that. Objection! Mr. Phoenix Wright is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Objection! This witness's testimony is so full of holes, Miss Von Karma's protest is useless. Got a fair point, Phoenix. Tiny Shark, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you to everyone's actually subbing there. I didn't realize we actually hit a hype train. Thank you very much, guys. I do appreciate it. I'm sorry again just to have the chat in sub mode. I just hope it's understandable. Like, I don't want to be spoiled playing it, you know? And I hope that's reasonable. I hope that's okay. That was the master plan, RT.
Yes, you see, for it was I that spoiled the plot of the second Phoenix Wright game. I did it so RTGame could secure a financial investment on Twitch.
Von Karma! It's kind of shitty. You shouldn't support my career in that way. No, I mean, I don't actually like putting on sub mode. It's just, it's what we have to do as, like, a means to filter if it gets too much. It's, like, the best control of chat we've got. I do hope it's understandable. We're not a Von Karma streamer here. Von Karma, maybe. Thank you very much, guys. Potato, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Winter Fox, thank you for the gift subs. Thank you very much, guys. Grr. You've got a point. Let's hear what the witness has to say on this matter. Is that alright with you, little guy? Don't talk to me like I'm a little baby. Besides, what kind of stupid question is how did he leave the crime scene? The answer's obvious. He just turned around and walked away. Well. There we go. That's what I expected you'd say. You sure that's how it happened? Say what? Huh? I'm not sure I know exactly where you're going with this. Boys nowadays sure do love to harp on the smallest of things. Do you have any proof to counter his story as to how the criminal left the scene? Look at the picture. Look at this picture. The problem is the footprints in the snow. Footprints? In this photo, we can clearly see the footprints of the victim. However, where are the criminal's footprints? They aren't there. Oh no, is this gonna be the moment where Von Karma is like, you foolish fool, Phoenix Wright? That's because the accused can fly. Is this where it happens? Is it finally time? So, Mo, exactly how did the criminal escape the scene? Your Honor, this witness has already proven that his testimony is completely unreliable. I move to strike all of this witness's testimony from the court record. I agree. This clown's testimony is as rickety as the clown car he came to court in. Did he seriously drive to court in a clown car? Katie and 2 bullets, thank you for the 5 gift subs each. Anon, thank you for the 40 fucking quid there, Jesus. It's understandable, even Von Karma is secretly a fan of yours and just want it what's best. You think Von Karma is like watching the stream?
Yes, for you see.
I don't know how that would work.
Would you please stop spoiling the game for me? I want to see how this one goes. I want to see that foolish fool Phoenix Wright losing court. And you are spoiling the plot for me. Please could you stop that? Lest I find you in an elevator shaft and get my revenge. Oh yes, for you see, it is I that deal revenge as part of all my machinations.
We've now established in the lore that Von Karma will actually put a hit out on people in chat. He really wants to watch the game without spoilers. He's a true gamer.
Yes, for you see, it was I that used my Twitch Prime subscription on your channel, Daniel.
Oh, where the fuck are we even going with this anymore? Fun gamer. Oh god. Oh my god, where the fuck is this going? Jeez, King, thank you for the 20 quid. Thank you very much. I'll take you to the chemical factory if you spoil. Come on, gamer. I'm just imagining that.
Yes, you see, for it was I that was the imposter in the Among Us lobby. You naive fools, you didn't suspect a thing. I've been getting away with murder before your very eyes.
Von Sussy. Oh my god. I'm losing my fucking mind here. Yeah, me too. Me too. Oh, what's even happening anymore? Brandy, thank you for the 3 gift subs. Thank you very much. EL6 is just Von Karma vent. No, please stop. Please. Manfred Von Karma gives 10 quid. And his donation message is, I am always watching. Oh, God. Wait just a second! Oh, wait, yeah, we're supposed to be in court. You guys just can't ignore everything I've said. Fine, fine, I'll tell you the truth this time. Like, Mo, you've had a chance to tell us the truth, like, 4 times. You wait a second. I think you've said more than enough for today. That didn't hurt. I'm sick and tired of listening to you anyways. I'll give you the real deal this time, I swear. I don't know why, but I get the feeling things are gonna get worse before they get better. Mr. Lawrence Curls. Yes? Testimony you provided up until now has been false. It hasn't been false, I haven't lied. It's just what? It's just I was a bit confused on the bit about the criminal leaving the scene. Especially since Von Karma and her whip told me not to talk about what I really saw. Like, this man is going to ruin the prosecution. Order! Order! I will have order! Franziska Von Karma, how could you? Your Honor, if you had heard the truth from this witness, you would have exactly the same opinion as I have. What opinion is that? It's not funny. That's enough out of you. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Where is this case going? Everyone's turning against each other. Elises, thank you for 1,000 bits. Von Bacca, no. And someone else just gave a gift sub to the Twitch channel with the name Von Karma. Zombie, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Now, let's hear the truth about what you saw, Mr. Curls. You're not gonna believe this, but it's all true, I tell you. Try not to waste our time with your idiotic drivel. Is he gonna say that he flew? Is this it? Is this what it's come to? Now it's time for our next segment, Mo Knows. Everything that I've said up until now has been the truth. When I looked out the window, the ringmaster was down and Max was standing above him. He wasn't wearing his white roses, but he was wearing the silk hat. That's when I saw. He... I don't fucking believe this.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
He flew! He jumped up and flew through the air! He flew right off and disappeared into the darkness! That's why there was no footprints! Flying people don't leave footprints! I told you it wasn't funny. Do you believe me now? Well, that was, how do you put this into words? Maximilian Galactica is a world-class magician. But to leave the scene of a crime by flying, there's no way that actually happened. You're right. Why is she right? You believe the other witnesses. Why won't you believe me? Especially since it's the best part of the story. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of a flying criminal. Are we seriously entertaining this? Are we seriously fucking entertaining this?
My leg, and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost. The comrades I've lost.
What do you think about this witness's testimony, Mr. Wright? He's telling the truth, Your Honor. I just want to see what happens. We're in this deep. What he just said was so strange. I don't think he would have made it up. Which means that he's telling the truth. That's what I think. Nick, wait. That means that Max actually used magic. Yikes, you're right. Only a foolish-looking fool could be fooled by such a foolish fool's foolish dream. Don't be ridiculous. Magic does not exist. I mean, in fairness, for this statement, like, we've had a spirit medium testify in court like 4 times. There is some credibility, as stupid as it all is. I suppose I will let you all of my thinking regarding this matter. The criminal disappeared into the sky. I'd love to believe that, but I just can't wrap my head around how that could actually happen. You imbecile. If you disregard a need for proof, Miss Von Karma's case is sound. However, I've got the feeling that this case is in dire need of more investigation. Thus, I will conclude today's proceedings at this point. It's an undisputed fact that the criminal left no footprints at the scene. Tomorrow, I want us to find out the reason behind this mystery of mysteries. Grr. I believe that's enough for today. Court is adjourned. Please promise me we never see Mo again. That's all I ask. Is he gone? Can he be killed next? Hey, sweeties! What in the world is going on? That's what I wanted to know. They say the criminal flew off into the air and disappeared. Max, I can't believe I'm asking this, but you didn't fly that night.
Won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. too, don't you?
I'm in so much pain right now. I know you didn't mean to ask me such a fabulously stupid question. I can't fly whenever I please. It's not that easy. But it looks so effortless for you on stage. It's not that simple. I'm not actually flying on stage. Thank God. I use invisible wires and I have them hoist me through the air. Wow, you just told me the secret to your magic. No, I broke the first rule. The cardinal rule. The only rule. I'm sorry, Max. I made you break a magician's creed to never reveal the secret to their tricks. Nick, what do we do now? All we can do now is hope we find the flying criminal. So Max can't fly. Oh shit, that means he's still out there. I hate this. I hate this case. Great idea. Let's do our best and catch this sucker. I absolutely hate this. Okay. Later that day. M. Von Karma DL6 gives 20 quid and says, I got convicted by a parrot and a metal detector. How have things degraded since my time in prison to be even more outlandish? Also, Von Sussy Baka gave 5 quid earlier and says, yes, you see, it was I. I was the imposter. Ooh. Boss has got a donation coming in from this is my favorite. Manfred von Chicken Korma. Thank you very much for your support. Absolutely my favorite one so far. Oh, Katie, thanks for the 1,000 bits. Manfred von Chicken Korma. Oh, I'm gonna fucking die. Like, this case is so stupid, and I just appreciate everyone like banding together to just for the stupid shit like this to just support us through it. Like, this is the worst case I've played, but I'm having a lot of fun right now. Nick, what is it? I've got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks? Yep, magic tricks are by their very definition tricks, right? But I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. It's because the tricks are performed by pros. Do it so you can't guess the trick. But the trick Pearly showed me was incredible. Pearls did a magic trick. What kind of trick was it? Let's see. It looked like she pulled the end of her own thumb off. Heck. First she put her right hand next to her left hand and then it just separated. She could move it up and down and everything. It was incredible. Really? Was it kind of like this? What? Wow, how did you do that? Nick, you're like a real magician. See, this is why I just can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it. Especially hard tricks like flying away from the scene of a murder. You'll take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. This is our assistant to help us win cases in court. Bless her heart. She's so pure. Okay. We need to start gathering evidence. Every time I look at the alerts, I just see Manfred von Chicken Korma staring at me. Oh, my sweeties! You mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? We're doing our best, Max. Just hang in there. A little while ago, some people from a local TV station came by. Since I'm a famed magician, they said, let's make you your very own TV special. Really? What kind of TV special? Maximilian Galactica, the Great Prison Escape. It will be aired live. Hey, that sounds like it will be an awesome special. But if I do the special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out of here for real. Well, it would surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law. That's what I was thinking, but the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break. Can I just quit? You seem awfully calm about that possibility. I'd have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business. Okay. The night of the crime. You didn't happen to fly off into the sky, did you? Here is how everything went down, sweetie. At the time of the murder, I was sitting in the ringmaster's room. Not to mention, flying off into the sky is not something I can do at will. I don't care what the stoogey clown says. It wasn't me. Max, do you mind teaching me the trick behind flying? You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is I keep my mouth shut. Despite revealing the trick like 10 minutes ago. Okay. Well done there. Oh, God. Katie, thanks for the 1,000 bits. Anon, thank you for the 20 quid. I swear if a rabbit comes out of that feathery hat and testifies in court, I will lose my mind more than I already have. We have another wonderful donation that just came in from Manfred von Beef Korma that says,
Yes, you see, it was I who secretly switched the recipe to beef.
Thanks, Manfred von Beef Korma. Appreciate it. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much. It's much harder than you think. I was thinking about this in court today. I've got a favor to ask of you. Anything for you, sweetie. Be friends with the other performers in the circus. Fabulous, a great joke. Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them? But I've won on the world stage. I've won the International Grand Prix. International Grand Prix? Performers should always look to perform on the world stage. The performers at this circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition. That is something that I simply cannot tolerate. Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true to my ears. Wait, Grand Prix? Oh my sweeties want to hear all about the Grand Prix, don't they? To be honest though, I've told the story like 100 times already, so it's a bit boring. We're sorry to make you tell it again. You must not have heard me. I'm really sick of telling the story. What can you do? I'm Maximilian Galactica. I suppose I can tell it again. Voila, here, take a look at this. I just happen to have a picture from the Grand Prix with me. Just look at that fabulous stage. That is the first stage I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted into applause. At that time, I thought to myself that I could die right then, and die a happy man. I'll never forget how I felt that night. The emotions, the acclaim. Wow. By the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get to experience that feeling. I just wish I could explain that to the other people in the circus. It's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. Hey Nick, how about you buy me a trophy? It's not how you earn a trophy, Maya. My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure you show it to all the other members of the circus. Look and learn. That's what you should tell them. Learn how to get thrown in jail. Okay, so this might be important then. For gathering evidence. Let's go to the circus. Noko, thanks for the 100 bits. A friendly reminder that Shu Takumi wrote the entirety of this game drunk. Wait, what? Is that true? I mean, like, he might as well have been drunk when he was doing this case. According to his development blog, Shu Takumi wrote most of the script for Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All while extremely drunk. To explain why, he claimed that the more he drinks, the stronger he becomes. What the fuck? What? There's a link to the interview here. Here's an interview, but would you believe it? Everyone had already noticed that Takashu was acting suspiciously at night. Of course. So now whenever he doesn't feel good and he's slumped at work, they yell at him, "Takumi, are you drinking again?" Oh my god. What a poor man. That can't be healthy. Jesus. I mean, it might explain this case, but that's no way to live. Manfred Vrunk gives 10 quid and says, "I can relate. I too need a drink after experiencing even a fragment of Phoenix's life." God damn it. Manfred, how many Manfreds are there? Manfred von Pretapanche. But you see, it was I. No, stop this. It was I that sold Shu Takumi to do the drinks that got him drunk whilst writing up this case. No, stop it there. Stop it there. Alcoholism is no joke, alright? Stupid about a Manfred von Karma drinks names, I'll allow that, but not that. Alright, let's stop there, you know? This is Takumi's favorite case as well. My god. That's insane that he just wrote this game drunk. And I guess there's a lot of musicians in that would write their music and that while on all sorts of things. We've heard stories about that. Von Karma, an actual chicken, gives 5 quid. But you see, Daniel, that was my greatest trick. Becoming a chicken. You wouldn't believe how funny it is. I'm glad to hear that my fellow Von Karmas schemed to support you, Mr. Drift King. That is the title I'm told they used to call you back in college. For all I know, all these Von Karmas are like the same fucking guy. But just like writing different names. Also, thanks for Manfred von Chicken Karmasan. Yes, you see, for it was I that ate your leftover chicken parmesan. There's too many Von Karmas. There's too many. They keep coming. Like, everyone who donates right now is just some variant of Von Karma. Manfred von Reddit Karma. It was I who downvoted your posts, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna die. I need a drink. Hang on, I need some water. Oh my fucking god. I'm actually dying. Manfred von Dharma just gave 350 and says, "It was I who reflected on religious and moral law governing an individual conduct in prison." I need to open a window. I feel lightheaded. I feel fucking lightheaded. I'm dying. Manfred von Dharma. People are making fucking Twitch accounts with these now too. Like, someone just made an account called Von Karma 2. Von Karma is not one man, it is an idea. And like myself, ideas are bulletproof. Like, half my chat is just gonna be Von Karma at this rate. There's so many versions of food. Manfred von Parma. It was I who fell in love with prosciutto in prison. Manfred von Pharma. It is I, the man trying to get healthcare for all. Oh, my brain's just turned the fucking mush. Milkman von Karma. No, we gotta keep playing the game. It's too much. We gotta keep playing the game. We gotta keep playing. There's too many Von Karmas. You hear that? It sounds like two people arguing. Manfred von Schwarma. It was I that ate your leftovers from the place down the road you like. Franziska von Karma now gives 5 quid and says, "I'm surprised I have so many relatives." It just keeps going. It keeps going. Damon Gantz here and just gave a sub as well.
Well, I thought I'd get in on the Von Karma Ace Attorney action, you know. I can't let Von Karma hold all the spotlight here.
Manfred Mom Karma. Take a drink, Mr. RT. It would be a shame if you were to get hurt by my people. Thanks, Manfred Von Karma. Wait till the credits! The sub-credits! Just at the end of the stream, it's just gonna be like 30 different Von Karmas. Oh. Okay, we gotta play the game. We gotta play the game. I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sounds like two people arguing. Oh, fuck, it's these bastards.
Alright, let's do it. Are you ready?
Yes, wait.
Quit your whining. Let's just give this a shot already. Alright, let's go.
Row your boat.
Row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the stream. Come on, you know that.
I'm trying my best, but Trillo, this just isn't going to work.
Do you enjoy saying dumb things? You're gonna have to be on your own someday.
XX perfect prosecution. XX gives 20 quid and says,
For you see, it was I who 360 no-scoped you in that elevator.
Mo the Clown also gives 5 quid and says, ah ha ha, Von Karma joke, ah ha ha, ah ha ha. Von Carmageddon gives 10 quid and says,
For you see, it was I who summoned my family here to derail the stream.
Wait, there's another one. Hang on.
Franchili con carne.
Gives Franchili con carne gives 500 bits and says, You foolish fool. Only a fool would host a Von Karma family potluck without a Latin flair. This is Manfred Don Lama, this Manfred Von Darman, Manfred Von Dalai Lama, Manfred Von Taser, Milkman Von Karma. Oh, I'm gonna cry, there's so many. I can't do this anymore. Von Karma, no! Oh my god. Okay, we gotta continue. Thank you. To the Manfred Von Karma family get-together for all your financial support. Marvin Grossberg gives 2 quid and says, Well, why was I at the boathouse? I didn't realize we have like every single Phoenix Wright character in my Twitch chat. That's not even his voice. Who cares? I don't. What was Grossberg's voice? Well, why was I at the boathouse? He was like a Teddy Roosevelt. Well, why was I? Ah, well, you see, Phoenix. Well, why was I at the boathouse? Kind of like that. Oh, like the fresh scent of lemons. Okay. Alright, we gotta keep going. Von Karma family get together, thank you for everything. Incredibly kind of all of you. Okay, keep going. Hello, Ben. Hello to you too, Trillo.
What are you doing here? Can't you see we're at a secret crash training course?
I'm sorry. Secret crash training, whoa. Yes, Trillo wouldn't give up until I said we'd try out his idea for a new routine. So we were trying to sing in a round for our new ventriloquism match. In a round? You can really do that, that's incredible.
See, even they are surprised by the idea, I told you.
Not the only ones. You even surprised me with your idea.
Once you got a grip on the basics, and it's just a matter of practice.
You think so?
Polly
gives 50 quid and says squawk.
Squawk? I got my work cut out for me. What? So many Von Karmas to accuse. What?
Thank you to the parrot who testified in the previous Phoenix Wright game. I don't know how they got €50, but I appreciate it. Maya Von Karma. Well, you see, Nick, I was Von Karma all along. The chemical factory also gave 6 quid. Have you seen Von Karma? We've been missing him. I wanted to give this back to you.
Ah, there it is. Now that I've got this ring back, it's time to take one more shot at Regina.
There's gonna be like a highlights video for us playing the game, and arguably a separate highlights video that's just the Von Karmas. And me trying to deal with that. Okay, we gotta keep going. I need to finish this case today. I do not want to see any of these characters next week, or whenever we next play this. Danford Condrama, thank you for the 10 quid. For you see, I was you all along. Let's keep going. I know that he already testified in court today.
You want to talk about what we saw, right?
Yes.
Well, at first we thought it was the old man. Just looking at his walk and how he acted, right, Ben?
Oh yeah, that's right.
And then he said hello and didn't even get a reply. Not to mention he was draped in those gaudy symbols.
What would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those symbols?
What do you think, Ben?
What? Oh, I would have thought it was the ringmaster. Something just isn't adding up here. I wonder who they really saw. There's something I can ask you about Regina.
I'm completely serious about her. That's why I've been waiting for her even now.
Really, that's so sweet. But if you really want to see Regina, didn't you check out the tent?
Ha! You haven't got a clue about things, do you, sweetheart?
Eh?
Waiting like this is part of being in love.
How so?
If you had a clue, you would know that waiting is such a sweet, wonderful torture. When your body aches for your partner's love, that's one of the best parts.
Okay. Poor Maya. She's so red, she looks like a vine-ripe tomato. How's this new routine working out?
Will you two just take chill pill already? Our routines are secret. We're going to take the ventriloquism world by a storm. It'll be a real revolution.
That sounds incredible.
Let me make one thing clear. We're not going to take on the world just because that jerk said we should.
That jerk.
Max Galactica. Performance should aim for the world. Who does he think he is?
Really, you seem to be really fired up about this.
He needs to realize that he isn't the only one who can conquer the world stage.
You're right, you're right.
Mark my words, I, Triloquist, will win the Grand Prix.
You're the man now, doll.
Row your boat will be a key to a glorious victory.
Not to rain your parade, but wouldn't a more mature song be best?
Hey, you gotta start somewhere, right? Don't screw this up, you gotta be a part of this too.
Ben, I never want to see you again. You need help. Oh, it's you two. You look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? I guess I'm taking a rest right now, pal. I've been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss Von Karma told me to come down here and do this for her. Yeah, I figured as much. Let me tell you something, pal. Listen to that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. You have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laughing that much? And Ziska really set you up bad this time, didn't she? Weenix Prite gives 11 quid. Hey, have you seen Isles Medgewort anywhere? I'm kind of looking for him. Oh, god damn it. Oh, fucking Trilog just gave 10 quid.
Row, row, fight the power?
Wait, what? I don't get it. Oh, thank you, Trillo. Anime reference.
Anime. Anime! He doesn't know anime? He doesn't know Gurren Lagann?
I tried to watch Gurren Lagann. I tried to watch it, right? I think it was the first episode I saw, and then I stopped watching it. And I think the reason was just, well, you know, it's not worth going into. I tried though. To each their own. That one's not from me. We heard the ice cream truck. Ice cream van karma. Too much hype to handle, got it. Is it that bad? I mean, the point I stopped watching... Will this aptly summarize it and just like some of my standpoint in some shows like this? The point I stopped watching was Badoing. I think that says everything you need to know. Yep, there you go. Anyone who's seen that knows. Not for me. Okay, let's keep going. Let's not dwell on it. If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way, pal. You're not gonna get me to backbite a woman with a whip. No way. Why are you defending her? Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us. And every time you definitely don't want her to show up. Poof, there she is. Don't show up, don't show up, don't show up. Please don't show up. Looks like she's wound him up pretty tight. The local ammo store gives 10 quid and says, could you point me towards those Von Karmas? I would make a killing. Fucking local ammo store. Wait, she's directly above us. Huh? How's that possible? According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. If that's what happened, it means the killer passed right by this window, pal. Oh, I see. Who lives in that room? Behind the window up there. The acrobat's got his room up on the 3rd floor, it seems. Okay, the acrobat was not at practice. So we gotta actually talk to him. Pretty soon, Miss Von Karma's gonna start an investigation up there. Don't get any ideas of going up to the acrobat's room. Got it, pal? But the acrobat could be vital to the case. Franziska Von Karma. Once she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. Okay, we're gonna have to go there. Oh no, I gotta check on Mo. Hamilton Von Karma gives 100 bits and sings, my name is Hamilton Von Karma. Hamilton Von Karma. And there's a million things I haven't done, but just you wait. Just you wait. You know, one thing he has done is shoot someone in an elevator shaft, so congratulations there, Hamilton Von Karma. Mo's not here, thank God. If he was here, you would have been able to tell even before you stepped into his room. I'm sure you would have heard him laughing away. Aha, 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 aha. What do you think he is laughing at when he's all by himself? I always thought he was just thinking up new jokes. He must really love his work. There's nothing new here to investigate, is there? Clown equipment is so funny looking. Got a bouncing ball, a unicycle, it's even got a trampoline. They're all broken. You gotta give them all a shot. Trying is the most important thing. Sure seems to have tried them all. Or any of these useful. Like, that crack in the ceiling is probably the most important thing. Look at the ceiling. It looks like someone's punched a hole in it. You're right. I wonder what happened. I don't even want to imagine what goes on in here. Okay, let's just leave it. The fan art of this Von Karma family reunion is gonna be crazy. I can't wait for it. Can someone please do like the Von Karma like family picnic? Where it's like every version of them. And it's like somewhere on the premises of like a building, there's like an elevator shaft, but it has a sign that says out of service. Okay, circus entrance. I can present the Grand Prix photo, can I? Would you mind taking a look at this? I guess we won't need you to look at this after all. I might need it. Julie, no! It's too cursed. Hex, thank you for 6 quid. Can't wait for the next Sim series with the Von Karma neighbors. Meet the Von Karmas. Mo the Clown gives 5 quid and says, "What do you call a happy prosecutor? Smiles Edgeworth. Aha! Aha ha ha ha! Huh, where's Regina? I don't know. If she's with that tiger, I don't want to find out. Hurry up and get out of here. Hee, Nick, you're kind of a chicken, aren't you? No, I'm just, allergic to wild tigers. He could be. You don't know that for certain, Maya. I don't know if there's anything new here. It doesn't look it like on the offset. Check the cafe. Oh no. Alright, welcome to the wonderful, the fabulous, the cafeteria! Yikes, he's in an awfully good mood. Alright, you know what time it is, riddle time! Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? Because you're there with them, Mo. And you just won't let them enjoy the pizza. Come on, you can answer this, it's easy! Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of bowel destruction? Buzz, wrong! Try again! Okay, what do you think, girly? I got it. Okay, what is your answer? Because they're in the cafeteria. Exactly, it's an incredibly sad place, that cafe.
What a waste of time.
Manfred Mom Karma gives 10 quid and says, "A picnic sounds wonderful, dearie, but I seem to have left my grocery upstairs. The stairs are blocked off. Could you be a dear?" I did it. What's going on? He's being too nice. Today's trial. Today's been a really crazy day, hasn't it? You're telling me! I didn't think I was gonna be so tough. Tough? Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning I had to smash watermelons. I told them all a great story and even greater jokes, but no one busted out laughing. You even used the famed no shoes, no shirt, no service joke. Exactly! How can you not laugh at a stunning comedy like that? I can think of many ways, Mo. You 100% sure about your testimony today? I saw what I saw, I swear! That creep just flew through the air. It wasn't exactly flying per se, it was more like floating. The silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max. I don't see a cyclops, you must be telling the truth. Okay. So how can it not be that? How can it not be this? There's no psych lock. Like, if Mo genuinely has seen the costume go up into the air, like, is it just like on a pulley system or something like that? Is that what it just comes down to? Like, is it just someone with like a fishing line out the top window and they're just like dangling it and then they reel it in? The only thing I can think of is using the same equipment that lets Maximilian fly. There has to, if it just went up and it didn't go anywhere else, it's beside the buildings. So it has to have been someone that was in the room upstairs. If that's what it is. If this is what the game is actually like, because there's no way it just flew. It's someone dangling it, someone pulling the strings. If someone set up a pulley system or something like that, using the flying equipment for the suit, they bring it upstairs, they bring it to the room. There was the acrobat's room up there. We've only been there once to check on the monkey. So was it someone operating out of there? Was it the fucking acrobat because he's the only one missing from practice? Let's find out. We have to meet him yet. There's got to be some setup to something that we're missing. There's no way that he just flew. It must have been like a costume on a rail or something. And they wanted to try frame him. Ah, not this picture! He showed it to you guys too! Larry and Curly give 10 quid and say Mo was always the slowest stooge. Thanks, Larry and Curly. Oh, you've seen it as well. Well, you know what they say about Maximilian Galactica. He really gets around. It wasn't even a joke. Oh yeah, he didn't just show me the picture. What do you mean? He showed me his bus too. Let me tell you, that thing is a... Oh my god. It's in the picture, I think. Oh, Christ. You make us so much. It's clearly this bust. It's clearly this bust. Phrasing is very important here. Phrasing is very important. He's got... Okay, there's no way the writers could write this with a straight face. I wouldn't mind here. This is the worst case in the game. Okay. Ringmaster's room. Max and the ringmaster had their talk in this room. Could have been when the ringmaster put on Max's costume and went outside. Why'd he do that anyway? Was it really that cold or something? Is there anything different? This is the table he used when visitors came to see him. Mud, this is all the same. Mud on the table. Photo, we had that before. Tailcoat. Scrap of white paper. That's like the pocket. Stars on the posters. For the law film. Nick, look at all the photos lined up on the wall. It's like a guided tour of the circus's history. This is so cool. It seems like there were so many happy memories. Maybe we should do this sort of thing at our office. We can put up pictures of all the clients who have been found not guilty. We had this before as well. Manfred Dunn Karma.
If I had a quarter for every time this case made me laugh, I would be poorer than Mr. Wright.
That's saying something. Okay, that's like lost cases. Look at all the cute trophies. We've looked at the trophies. Where he applies his makeup. Donations to charity to the Robot Clown Research Center. It is hard to take that bit seriously. It's cute. This is not vital evidence for the case. Okay. Hey, look! That's where Max makes his grand appearance. Had that already. The lights. Wait. Yeah, we had that. We had that dialogue already. About life being snuffed out. The seats being far away. Debating step ladders again. Had the rope. That's probably for keep making Max fly. That's everything there. I'm gonna have to interact with this damn clown. Oh! Because he was talking about Max's bust, but then we ran away in terror. That's the clue I missed. Max's bust should be on that small table over there. There's nothing over there. Really? Oh yeah. When was it? I'd say it was about 5 days ago. All of a sudden, the bust disappeared. It disappeared. If you want to see it, there's a photo on the bulletin board over there. Max just had to put the picture up. Hey, this thing is really cool. Nick, I want someone to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Aww. Okay, Max G bust. So, the bust went missing from the cafeteria. I mean, if the ringmaster was killed with a blunt object, it's very possible that he was killed with the bust. Like, he was whacked over the head. Was it just dropped on him? Oh god. It's so, because we've already kind of started to, we're thinking that if the costume was on like a pulley or something and just like rose up, there's no footprints. Did they just fucking drop this? Oh my god, that's brutal if that's what happened. Oh god. Manfred Van Karma, thank you for the 10 quid. Not Von, Van. Is there anything else that's changed about this place? Nope, nothing's changed I can see. I wonder if he's actually thinking about this, or if he's setting up a bad joke. Oh no, I'm drawing a blank here. Quiet Mo is a good Mo in my book. I guess there really aren't any other things that have changed, huh? Well, there is one teensy tiny thing that does seem different. Tell us. Well, on the morning of the crime, over on that bulletin board, this piece of paper was posted front and center. Piece of paper. It's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I could see its title. Yikes. It says to the murderer. Wait, what? Murderer? Yep, that's what it says. But the rest of it has been ripped off. I don't know who posted it. When did you find this? The morning before the murder. What? Before the murder? Yes, the ringmaster was killed the night after this paper was discovered. Who in the world posted this thing? To the murderer. The fuck? Nick, I think we better follow up on this important lead. Mo, what? Yeah, why didn't you mention this in the court record? It was like, why wasn't this taken into evidence? You're the worst character. Worst character. Hey, Ben, do you make anything of this? Oh my. Gumshoe's moved on. And go to the detention center. I can present this bit of paper. I can present the photo of the bus too. What about this? This is the thing of you. Okay. You know anything about this note? The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall in the cafeteria. I do know about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat. Your heart skipped a beat? While I was enjoying my morning tea, the ringmaster and company entered the room. And company? I guess it wasn't really a company. It was just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned an incredible bright red. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it into the pocket of his tailcoat. What? Really? Out of curiosity, what in the world was written on that thing? Let's see. Oh, I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. No, Max. I'm defending you in court. Tell me what it says. You useless piece of shit. I'm sorry, I really don't like him. I really don't like Max. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess. Like, why won't you just tell me? Who does this benefit? I could tell you what the vital evidence is, but you'll have to work for it. It's only my life on the line, you understand these things. It's no fun if I don't earn it. Well, I wonder where Regina is. Let's go to every room and see. We had this. Oh, that's around when Max clonked Ben over the head. So the morning of the murder, it was popped up. Sorry I hadn't remembered it until now. You're not sorry. It was torn down before anyone really paid any attention to it. You don't know what was written on, do you? Unfortunately, I don't. But I bet you they would know. Who are they? Max and Ben. They were here before me that morning. Okay, Ben might know something. The classic I just remembered. Yeah, a lot of the characters seem to just remember. What? Well, guess I'll die. can't present anything to Ben. Everyone in this case needs to be in jail. And for different reasons. What do you make of the season? Don't know anything about the box. Don't know anything about your co-worker monkey. Can we not go to the other room yet? Where do I go now? Like, back to Wright and Co? I think I'm just being stupid right now. I don't actually know where to go. Yeah, quick, help me out, chat. Where am I supposed to be going now? Max said something, but then like I got the clown and Ben, the ringmaster's room. Thank you. There we go. Yeah. Oh yeah, because he put it in his tailcoat. Thank you. I'm just being stupid. This case has like turned my brain to mush between just the characters and like the 50 Von Karmas that are watching my Twitch channel. Oh god. Hey, do you see that? There's a scrap of paper shoved into the pocket of the tailcoat. You know, I've got a feeling I know what that is. Bet that's the other half of the note that Mo gave us. Hurry up and check this thing out, Nick. Detective Gumshoe gives 10 quid. You're getting but a taste of my daily life, pal. At least you aren't getting whipped by your old boss's traitor dad's child while doing it. Your old boss's traitor dad's child. That's a hell of a statement. Gumshoe, you need to keep your salary. Don't donate to me. I knew it. It fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? What does it say? The murderer. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. What? Tonight at 10 p.m.? That's when the murder took place. Now we need to find out who called out the ringmaster. Is the ringmaster a killer? Oh, shit. I don't know.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
There's a message on the bulletin board. I'm hungry, so I'm off to get some hamburgers. Love, Mo. Thinking about it is making me hungry. All of a sudden I need a burger bad. All of a sudden I need a new partner bad. Oh shit. Okay, Mo's gone. Complete it? No. Oh my Ben, you suck. I hate so many of the characters in this case. Detective Gumshoe gives another 10 quid and says, "Don't worry, pal. Von Karma Prime is giving out rebates to any donations to his favorite streamer. He's kind of bored in prison, you know." Thank you. Okay. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I am done with the investigation of the acrobat, finally. Well, Miss Von Karma. Oh. Nick, what is it? That beeping sound. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not very far behind. Some sort of pager or something. If you don't mind, pal, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. Quick. Deus ex von Mia. For you see, it was I who saved your case every time the game didn't give you enough evidence to win. Yeah, there goes Gumshoe. I didn't know that Gumshoe could run so fast. So much for being a flatfoot. I've seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in her teens. Well, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. Wind's biting as. Oh, I wonder who it could be. As biting as lashes from a whip. Von Karma, you didn't need to assault her. Von Karma! You really did appear. It was a real battle today in court, wasn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You have to jump out and scare us like that. What can I do for you? Tomorrow will be the day my dream finally comes true. I mean, the story of my defeat at your hands making the national news. Ha ha ha. National news? You possess such a small sense of scale. The global news, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Your miserable plight will be known internationally. You might be overestimating the importance of a win just by just a smidge. I probably shouldn't give her any evidence. Tomorrow's trial. Miss Von Karma, appears you got your hands onto something big, huh? Ha! I'm amazed you picked up on that much. Anyone could. Couldn't hide that look of victory with 10 paper bags in your head. I've got conclusive evidence. And a conclusive witness. Need any more hints? Conclusive witness? You must mean the acrobat, right? I'm putting in the summons for him to be called as a witness as we speak. It's the final nail in your coffin, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Just Detective Bumshoe gives 300 bits and says, "Hey pal, I just took 57 consecutive pay cuts." The Von Karma potluck visited the precinct and it wasn't a pretty sight. Let me know if you're looking for any hard workers, pal. The Von Karma potluck is just like putting everyone out of a job. Like that's... It doesn't sound that menacing, does it? How can a potluck cause this much damage and mass unemployment? Yeah, I get it already. You want to beat and destroy me. Can't worry about it. I've got to try and find out more information myself. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? It doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring your dad back. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred Von Karma. Of course, your dad. I know you miss him. Enough out of you. One more word and you'll get a mouthful of whip. Now, when did I ever bring up my papa's name in this? Or any other conversation? Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I have to see him again. One more time. Edgeworth? Him. I'm sure you know to whom I refer. Miles Edgeworth. What? Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth. Why would you even bring him up? You shouldn't have forgotten. You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you know who it was that trained the gifted prosecutor? Miles Edgeworth. Manfred Von Karma. Exactly right. It was my papa. That means that Edgeworth was. Right again. Miles was like a little brother to me. Little brother? But Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Edgeworth. There he is. The man who inspired me to become an attorney. I fought against him in a few cases. But a little after that case was over, he vanished. It's your fault he is gone. Huh? It's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Aye. Nick, what does she mean? Edward's dead. Like, what? Did he actually die? Edward was never quite the same after that case. And then, with the case after that one, he never set foot into court again. And then one day, he just vanished. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office. Holy shit. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. That was 1 year ago. It was a few months after you left to go back home. Mr. Edgeworth, he's dead. I don't believe it. He's still alive. I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he's alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death? Of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him.
Put that can down, Dan. You've had enough.
Manfred, Mom Karma with a very ill-timed message for 10 quid. It's nice to see my children trying to reunite. Almost brings a beat to my cold, logical heart. Thanks, Mom Karma. Just like your victory muddied the honorable name Von Karma. I'm going to find him. And then, I'm going to teach him his rightful place with my own 2 hands. Nick, about Mr. Edgeworth. Maya, I already told you this once. Don't make me do it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me again. Okay? Nick? Miss Von Karma. What? I don't know if you're God's gift to prosecutors or not, but I've had enough of you. Him too. What in the world happened? This dog is all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, I have nothing to inform you two of today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. Nick? Let's go. We need to talk with the performer on the 3rd floor. Sorry I brought it up, Nick. Okay, Acro's room. We need to talk to this guy. Oh, he's got birds. You must be Phoenix Wright. Oh god, I need to do another voice. I have no idea. I mean, I'm going to imagine that if he's got birds in that he's like a sweetheart, so I'm gonna give him like a Bob Ross kind of voice. He's in a wheelchair as well. You must be Phoenix Wright. Yes. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Dingling. I'm Ken Dingling. But here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro.
Put that can down, Dan. You've had enough.
Wait, Zissel gives 10 quid. Fun fact, the writers for the series said that Manfred von Karma would take Franziska and Edgeworth after every victory to a karaoke to sing My Way by Frank Sinatra. This is actually canon lore. No, stop. That can't be real. There's no way. There's no way. I'm looking this up. Hang on. Von Karma, Frank Sinatra. Oh my god. according to the Gyakuten Saiban fan book, director Shu Takumi suggested that every time the Von Karmas and Miles Edgeworth won a trial, they would go to a karaoke bar and sing My Way by Frank Sinatra. Okay, wait. Alright, hang on. Is there something? Wait 1 sec. Wait 1 sec.
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I've traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets? I've had a few. But then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried. I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think that yes, I did all that. And may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it my way. Yes, I did it my way. If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows. Yes, for you see, it was my way.
Apparently that's canon.
Put that can down, Dan. You've had enough.
Yes, for you see, Phoenix, I did it my way.
Acro's just looking at us. It's like deadpan expression. Like, what did I just witness?
Dan, you've had enough.
Manfred von Frank Sinatra gives 15 quid. That was a performance for the record book. Oh, God almighty.
Put that can down, Dan. You've had enough.
Oh, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Y'all too kind.
Down, Dan. You've had enough.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. That is apparently canon. Eurovision Song Contest 2022.
Down, Dan. You've had enough.
And coming up for Ireland, it's Manfred von Karma. Well, no, coming up for Germany, Manfred von Karma sings Frank Sinatra's My Way. I don't think you can enter that song in the Eurovision contest. Frank Sinatra wrote it.
Yes, you see, for it was I that put this little inclusion in on the jukebox.
Von Karma, no, you can't do that. As a German, I don't feel ready. Thank you very much, everyone. The Von Karmas give 2 quid and say, welcome to the Von Karma family, Dan. Oh yeah, a man's died. Sorry, I probably shouldn't be singing. A man is dead. Okay, let's keep going. Mr. Acro. How did you know my name? The detective told me. He said you'd definitely show up here. Acro, you're a member of this circus as well? That's right. I mainly performed in the tightrope with a flying trapeze. But nowadays, all I perform in is my wheelchair. Skiro, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Jesus, you guys are going overboard with the donations right now. Thank you very much. Okay, let's talk to him. Acro, why did you join the circus? When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business. Then one night, they decided to run away from it all, without me. Oh. The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took such incredible care of me. He was truly a lifesaver. Seems like the ringmaster was truly a saint. He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. And now, look how someone repaid him for all the good in his life. It's such a shame. Sometimes, I think that he was almost too kind. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter. I wonder if he spoiled Regina. I imagine Acro had an accident in the circus at some point. Regina is too cute. She's truly a princess. Truly a princess? Are you sure that's a good thing? Do I detect a hint of a grudge against Regina? Manfred von Prima. Thank you very much. There's a lot of on karmas that just donate it, but thank you everyone. On karma gang. Consider I normally sung this after a case. Having a debt nearby is nothing new. In fact, it makes it all the sweeter. Okay, let's keep going. I'm sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair? The nerves in my legs are badly damaged. And you can't walk now. I can't even stand now. And since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave this building by myself. That seems comically cruel. Jesus. That's awful. The accident happened during an acrobat session, right? Oh, he's hiding something. Cyclops. Doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were acrobatic in nature. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright? Well, exactly when were you injured? It's been almost 6 months since I was hurt. I injured my legs during practice. 6 months ago. What in the world went on at this circus then? Okay, what happened? I stopped by yesterday and noticed that you weren't in your room. I was at the hospital all day yesterday. Ah, you went there for rehabilitation. What about the murder? Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital. Before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced that it was all a dream. Huh? I just couldn't believe it when I heard what I saw. What you saw? Because that sounded really ominous. Hey, what did you witness, Acro? What did you see, Acro? At night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window. I see. The scene of the crime was right below your window. That's when I looked out the window. What did you see? He was flying straight up into the air. Oh. He... Maximilian Galactica. Okay. Right, so he was here when this was all taking place. There's got to be like some kind of wire setup for all of this. But he's also hiding something. He's lying about the wheelchair in some capacity. What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive that was Max you saw flying? I'm absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind. Nick. He saw Maximilian Galactica fly, so what does that mean? Because like, there's only so many people that it could be. He's hiding something though, so we gotta work out what he's hiding first. Okay, let's show him the note. What's this? That's what we want to know. It was posted in the cafeteria the morning before the murder. In the cafeteria? What happened? He suddenly looks incredibly serious. If it's got something to do with her, then you should go straight to the source. Her? Gina, ask her about it. His expression changed at that. He's hiding something. I can check the note. You haven't forgotten what happened 6 months ago, have you? I have conclusive evidence of what took place. His accident was 6 months ago. Okay. Well, that's a motive. Maybe that's a motive. Like, he gave... So he kind of became close to the ringmaster, an accident happened, and maybe he held a grudge. Maybe he was just lying, like, say that he saw him go past the window because he just needs it to be Maximilian Galactica. And he's hiding something still. Okay, that's really significant. It could have been him. But even then, like, how would he set up a rope system? Is this just him with like a fishing line out the window? Did he like fucking drop a bowling ball and it's just like fish away Max? Like, Because that seems a bit too wild. I don't think it can be that. There's got to be something else we're missing. What's with the pepper? Oh my god. Anonymous. Thank you for the €100. More seriously, thank you for this stream, RT. You and chat's Von Karma experience is fantastic. I'm sitting at home bundled up with a broken and soon to be repaired heater. And hearing you straight up sing a Von Karma original warmed me right up. Ah. Thank you very much. I hope your heater's fixed soon. Like that sounds a bit rough. Bundled up warm. I've done a broken heater before and it's very cold. Stay cozy. Get as many blankets as you need. Okay. So there's the psych lock. Expression changed at that. Photo of the ceremony. Maximilian Galactica, right? You have to forgive me, but I try not to think about him. You won't even look at it. And this is also Max. Was Max involved in the accident in some way? I don't know. Margaret Von Thatcher gives 5 quid and says, yes, you see, for it was I who created a socio-economic rift between the upper and working class with my politics. Oh, Jesus. The real antagonist has appeared. Okay, we can see about going to Regina first. Just see if Regina is about. We can examine the room a little bit more. Got a barbell. Look around. Everything he's got is for upper body training. Wait a second. These are all the same machines I see on TV all the time. Hey, Nick. What? I don't have this one. This barbell here is a new model. Don't overdo it, Maya. You don't want to end up a muscle woman. Why is that, Phoenix? What's wrong with, like, maintaining good physical health? This bed is incredibly well made. It's almost like a maid made it up. Even the laundry on top of the bed is folded perfectly. Nick, there's nothing unusual about that at all. It's how things are supposed to be. Can't a man respect another man for doing something said man cannot do? Phoenix is just messy. I can't do laundry. It's a monkey calendar. Akko must really love monkeys. Hey, the net's ripped. Money must be prone to breaking things. He's hardcore. The net looks fine to me. You really think that he plays basketball? I think so. Monkeys live life above the rim, you know. I just need to shut the window real quick. You're joking, right? You think the monkey has got proverbial game? Of course, that monkey doesn't fake the funk on a nasty dunk. This is a powerful image. Well, a prehensile tail might be an unfair advantage. Money must use it to swing around on. Go ahead, Nick. I know you want to ride in it too. Maybe later. I mean, all seems fine. Ooh, it's a huge pile of trash. One man's trash is another monkey's treasure. Oh, this is like, yeah, this is where our badge was taken before. There's a chuba in it too. Hey, it's a picture of Regina. Well, she is a shining beauty. No objections here. None of that. You can see the big top from the window here. There's no snow on top of the big top. Kinda weird, don't you think? Inside of the tent is warm, so any snow that lands on top probably melts. I guess you're right. Snow probably just slides off, right off. Okay. Seems to be everything. But he's lying about the wheelchair in some capacity. So we gotta investigate just a little more. We don't want to talk to you. Just in general. Okay. Oh no, the lion's back. Got a bad feeling about this. Uh-oh. Yeah, Nick! Wonderful. Today's special must be Filet-O Phoenix. He's dead again. Stay! Stay! Heal! Oh, Maya, Nick, it's you guys. I'm sorry. I guess I made a mistake. A mistake? Yeah, a little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson, but I was expecting more of a monkey than a human. A monkey? Okay, what do you make about this death note? Gene, have you ever seen this before?
I know what this is.
Really?
Well, it was in my pocket for a while.
It was in your pocket? This piece of paper was in your pocket?
I guess I noticed it. I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time.
Breakfast time?
Yeah, I always take Acro as breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Then I go to the cafeteria and eat my own breakfast.
That's when you realized the piece of paper was in your pocket?
Yep, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged in someone else's pocket.
And then what?
I wondered if the person who lost it was in trouble, so...
You didn't put it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you? What? Okay, so her and Acro are the prime suspects. I think it's one of the two. And it's weird to say that it's her, because it's her dad that's dead. But that's not right, no matter how you look at it. It's not like she went to Acro first and then had the note and found it. Acro could have given her the note. Acro could have slipped it into her pocket. One of those two is guilty. I'm leaning towards Acro because he's got something to hide. He has like a good, clear motive in terms of the grudge. And I think Regina's more unlikely just because that's her dad, you know? So it was Regina who put it up there. When did this happen?
The morning of the murder, I think.
That explains a lot.
I wonder who wrote this.
Okay. Found in Regina's pocket on the morning of the crime. Russell Berry. It's a pity about what happened to the ringmaster.
Dad?
Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite a man.
He was. I love my dad so much.
Hate to say it, but she doesn't seem all that broken up about her father. Yeah, there is something kind of wrong about that.
That's why I feel so lonely. Now that I won't be able to see him for a while.
For a while?
Yeah. When Leon died, I talked with my dad and he told me that. When someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens.
A star?
That means that my dad is looking down on me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I can see everyone who's gone.
Someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. That's kind of sweet. I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that.
What do you mean there's no way I believe that?
Maya, I was thinking. How did you reply to me?
Do you really think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course. You really think so?
Yeah, you will. I think. Okay, Regina, you're gonna die someday. You'll get your comeuppance. Don't you worry.
I've got a feeling that everyone is doing great up there in the sky.
Wonder if everything's alright with Regina.
Just to go back and clear something up, why'd you want to teach Money a lesson? Because he's a meanie. He's got something that means a lot to me.
Something that means a lot to you? It must be something shiny, right?
Actually, it's a stage costume. It's got lots of spangles. It's really beautiful, you should see it.
We should.
When the costume gets hit by the spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me.
No. No, I don't really want to get it. Have you seen my badge? Leave it all up to us. Guess there's no turning around down that request. Yeah, you're really gonna do it? Okay. The bust. There's no denying it. Max is cool. I want to try flying someday with Max. Already flown off into her own little world. Nick, I want to try flying too. Okay, I'll think about it. Whoop. Wrong one. Actually, ask her about Acro. Seriously injured bolt legs while training 6 months ago. Ah, it's Acro. Is he in his room today? Yes, he is. We just came back from meeting with him. I hope his legs get better soon. Acro's so incredible, especially on the trapeze. The trapeze is that enormous swing hanging from the top of the tent, right? Yep, that's it. I really want to see him up there again. Acro the acrobat. That's strange. Acro doesn't seem to have very many nice things to say about Regina. Regina seems to like Acro just fine. This is interesting, actually, yeah. I think it might be Acro, oddly enough. I don't think it's the clown. It would be weird if it's Regina. It would be very weird if it was Von Karma. I don't think it's Ben. I just don't like Ben. I think Acro is like the only possible suspect. Like, did he just, was there just a pulley system? Like, is it, it's not, did he just have a fishing line? Like, that's what I don't get. That's what I don't get. Okay, there's nothing going on there. Not likely it's Von Karma, but never impossible. True. Something smells fantastic. We know it can't be Mo. Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers. Hello, hello! Welcome to the Bistro du Cirque, aka the cafeteria. It smells so good in here. And those burgers look great. Drool like she's some sort of crazed burger monster. My burgers are the best! Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. They are absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for a burger. One bite will send you into hamburger heaven. I bet. I can tell just by the smell. Daniel, you're French, damn it. Wait, was the French there? Je ne parle pas français très bien. Je suis très mal. Du Cirque. Oh. Cirque du Soleil. I'm sorry. Those burgers must have some kind of special power. Oh, there. Very big circus. Now that the ringmaster is gone, what are you going to do? That's all I've taught about the past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. You've heard Acro's story, haven't you? How he was adopted when he was younger. He's calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. Acro was so upset that he said he couldn't go on. He was that upset. Yes, he was. Anyway, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. I've been thinking of trying on the ringmaster shoes. No. You should just retire and not work again. What, really? Max would still be an issue, though. Max? He may be a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue his importance. He's probably the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. Oh. All that's left is to see if everyone can get over the tragedy. You know. Tragedy, you know. What is he talking about? Get over what tragedy, Mo? Huh? Don't worry about it. It's nothing at all. They're talking about the ringmaster dying, yeah? You must mean the tragic death of the ringmaster, right? Yes, that's it. You're right, girlie. Dang. Correcto mundo. You mean ding? No, I mean no disrespect here, but are you lying to us? No, not at all. What makes you think that? The way you said if everyone can get over the tragedy seemed a bit strange. Sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago. Eek! Mo, I'm right, aren't I? Oh shit. This guy will not go easy. It was about 6 months ago. It was just a little accident. Give me a break. Us old men have accidents. I wear big pants for a reason. 6 months ago, eh? Okay, so there's 2 Cyclocks now. No one's talking about what happened 6 months ago. Okay, we're gonna try with Mo first. So, Magatama. Ray, thank you for 5 quid. Thank you very much. Get over it. Mo, please tell us what happened 6 months ago. What in the world went on at this circus? Okay, there's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there, some juicy burgers. Let's eat that. Let it eat instead. Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself. What? Okay. Good to know. Actually, kinda got an idea of what happened back then. Oh man, now I want a grilled chicken sandwich. He's so bored. What's wrong with chicken sandwiches? Hang on. I always get like chicken burgers instead of beef burger. Grilled chicken in a bun? It's delicious. Fantastic. I always get chicken too. Yeah. I find it's tastier. Was that a one guy thing? It was like, ooh, chicken. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I think that's what happened. There's like one guy's... It's that one guy again. Always one guy. Oh, you said something about an accident. It wouldn't happen to be the cause of the accident, would it? Cause of the accident? What do you mean the cause of the accident? I don't think I have that bit of evidence. The small seasoning bottle, I mean, it'd be a long shot if that's what it was. Plus, I don't think we have enough information to go on yet. Yep. We don't have enough context for what happened before. Regina, we already got all the dialogue out of her. Is there anything else? Will Ben ever say anything? No. What's with the pepper? I don't get that one yet. Do you have anything to make with the pepper? No. Okay. It's just pepper, Acro. It's just pepper. I'm pretty sure you've seen that. Okay. What's this? It was posted in the cafeteria the morning before the murder. Oh no, so we had this as well. Ask Regina about it. Money is a great friend to me. That pile of treasure over there is his collection, huh? It is indeed. Money will bring anything back with him. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, I'm not great with the ladies, but I seem to be pretty popular with the animals. Okay. Max's hat. It's just something relating to him. He doesn't want to talk about it. Okay, we can try the Magatama and see if there's any bit of progress we can make here. Out the wheelchair. I have to ask, how are you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice? Yes, unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. Blind, if that were the real case, you'd have no reason to keep it secret. They really tell me that a practice accident was the cause of your injury. Is this one the note? It could only be the note. I should have saved it. My soul will shatter. Here we go. Alright, Acro, just tell me the truth. You mind if I ask you a question first? What do you want to know? Do you really think that I could get an injury like this from something like that? Well, there goes my soul.
I banish you to the Shadow Realm, Phoenix.
No!
Yes, for you see, Phoenix, you are out of luck. I played the seal of Orichalcos. Now your soul is forfeit.
Von Karma! When did you become so adept at a children's card game? Okay. Oh, there's something in Mo's room. Mo's not here. What's that? I hear something. Stop it, Nick. You're scaring me. Oh, it's money. Ooh. Nick, it's money. That monkey's holding something. That's it. That's the thing that means a lot to Regina, remember? Alright, time to take on this monkey attorney style. So, like, hold it like Decisive Theme is playing. Yeah, I gotta fight the monkey. Start with a scratch. Ooh. We died. I tried to have a monkey-to-monkey talk with him. I really did. Nick, you. I swiped it while money was distracted. Wow, you're really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see it. Oh, you can see it fine from where you are. You know what I mean. I really want to try on Regina's costume. Maybe then they'll take you in at the circus and I can get some peace and quiet. What's the matter now? It doesn't fit me at all. Oh well, I guess it's time for you to lay off the Jesus, Phoenix. Not to mention it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. He's out for blood today. He's so mean to Maya. Like, even the description of that item. Like, what the fuck, Phoenix? Let's give this back. Here you go, Regina. Yay, thank you. You really got it back for me. Don't mention it. I love you, Mr. Attorney. It's nothing. Wonder guys melt the mush in front of this girl. Nope. Hey, Regina. That costume is yours, right? I tried it on, but it didn't fit me. Huh? This costume? This isn't mine. It was Leon's. Leon's? You know, the lion she told us about. Oh, the one that someone killed. Wait, what? The lion's costume. Leon, he was killed, wasn't he? This is a tiny lion. Yeah, it must have been a very small lion. That's right, my dad killed him. Why? Well, Leon did something really bad during practice. During practice? Leon was sitting down, and then he opened his mouth. You know, gah. Uh-huh. Usually when he did that, I would put my head into his mouth. But you put your head into a lion's mouth? I sure did. The people in the crowd always loved seeing me do that. They'd always start screaming. Sure that they were screaming because they loved seeing you do that. Anyways, what was the bad thing? Oh yeah. Leon bit someone during that practice. Gina, everything was alright though, right? No, it wasn't alright. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry. And that's when Leon... Yeah, that's when he became a star in the sky. Poor thing. Acro was injured by Leon. Put down. But Acro was like, it's not Leon's fault, you murderer. Sends the note. I think that's what it is. Is it really just gonna be a fishing line then? For that costume, and that's the lack of footprints. Did he just like drop a bowling ball on him or the bust? Okay, that. So let's see this. Shot by the ringmaster 6 months ago for biting a performer. Okay, so the question is, do we save it here? Do we go to the clown first or Acro? Because we gotta like break the Cyclops on one of them here. Try the clown. Okay. Chicken sandwich guy. This was the accident. I heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during a practice, right? How did you? I told him so many times. You shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts. Like putting her head inside Leon's mouth, right? Yeah, but Leon believed in Leon. He believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. She never could say no to her. Out of curiosity, who was bitten? Come on, Mo, don't climb up on me now. Who did Leon bite on the head? Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything. Promised? He's involved in this, too. He's involved, huh? What must we talking about? Oh, is this the person that you promised you wouldn't say anything? Acro. It must have been Acro, right? How did you know? Don't worry about that, Mo. I'm just that damn good. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster. No way! I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please tell me what you know. I'm sorry, Acro. Okay, that's one down. Stand next to 200 bits. Mo is the best character. No one's perfect. You know, we all make mistakes. That's okay, you're still welcome here. It's just like you said. You know, the accident. Did someone die? No, but it would have probably been better if he had. Shit. What? How would that have been better? He's still alive. But when he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma that he's in. Wait, is there another performer? Oma. All he does now is lie in his bed at the hospital. And that's all he's ever going to be able to do. I see. How is this related to Acro? He's his brother. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, God, this is sad thing, because, like, I guess Acro was taking revenge on, like, kind of what happened in some capacity. This is just really depressing. Huh? The person who got bit was Acro's brother. Brother? They were an acrobat team of brothers, Acro and Bat. Cute nicknames, I thought. Anyways, they were an incredible team. Got down together in their prime. Who was Acro's younger brother? Sean Dinkling, but everyone always calls him Bat. He fell in love with Regina. Trying to win her love was his downfall. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina. 6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon." Why'd he do that? I don't know, but that's what caused the accident. Oh, good God. I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. Leon had the weirdest look in his face. He was smiling. You mean Leon? Yes, Leon. When he bit down, he was smiling. Jesus. Some sick grin. No way, that's impossible. Question. I don't have it anymore. How was the outfit for Leon? It doesn't even fit like Maya. Like, that doesn't make any sense. This is a fully grown lion. Like, how does that work? It was too big, I think. Yeah, but like Phoenix being an asshole was competent the other way, so it didn't make any sense. Oh. Phoenix is just a huge asshole, yeah. That's a takeaway there. Smirking lion, a flying murderer. Why does it seem that it's always Mo who catches all these incredible events? Nick, can lions smile? We never told the police about the incident. The circus would have been shut down if we had. The next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle. Jesus. That's what really happened. Well, you guys were so serious. What was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. Why are you laughing? All his truthfulness has put me in a mood for a burger. Here, you two have some pepper. There he goes again, acting like his normal crazy self. There's more pepper. Achoo! Nice, what a wonderful sneeze. Huh? You think so? You sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana peel. That's basic clownsmanship. Surely I know you got it, you understand that? What does this joke mean? What's Gotti? I don't understand this one. He invented clowning. Oh. Well, he must be turning in his grave knowing that Mo is on the scene now. Nick, I think you make a good clown. Other than Regina, I'd never seen a cuter sneezer. Does Regina sneeze with pepper too? She does. I would always tease her with pepper. That, from my point of view, those two always look so perfect together. They look perfect together, huh? There's a pepper allergy. That's interesting. You want some pepper? That's pepper, isn't it? From the cafeteria. Huh? From the cafeteria? It's not. I remember seeing it there. So this was the cafeteria's pepper. You know, I'm not a big fan of pepper. But why was it in the box? That's what I don't understand. Why was that in the box? I think I pieced together most of the murder. I think Acro did it, and it's revenge for his brother. I don't actually understand the pepper right now. But I imagine we're going to investigate that further. I just need to get out of here, because the music's going to drive me insane. Not that here is much better. Okay, go to the detention center real quick. Just ask about the line if we can. I must have taken Max in for question again. Okay, so he's not here. We can just hop on. Acro's room. Ah, Mr. Wright, back again, I see. Well, he did say I'll be back. Wait, or was that someone else? Back because Acro's hiding why his legs were injured. He was hurt in the accident 6 months ago. So it seems that he knows that we know. Well, seems you've got some things you want to talk about. So fire away. Okay. Save it here. I'm gonna give you guys just one moment. Let's get you guys the not as awful music. A bit lighter. The circus music does your head in after a while. I'm gonna take a quick break to refill my water. Oh, take a stretch. And use the loo. So we're gonna take a quick break. Then we're gonna dive back on into it. We're gonna try and finish this case tonight. This has been ridiculous and insane. I wanna see it through. So, quick water break. I'll see y'all in a few minutes, okay? Be right back. Hello. Oh, I'm gonna sit for a moment again. Just before we gear on up. How's everyone doing? Are you well? Welcome back to the stream, RT. Thank you. Thank you. Just take a mo, give people a chance to come back from the water break. You missed VOD karma. Wonderful. Back for another round of Ace Attorney. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just making sure everything else is okay. I'm checking on the mod chat and that, just making sure everything's going okay. You guys all doing good? Thanks again to the mods for being here. Very much appreciate it. I do hope everyone's enjoying the stream. This is the worst case of the whole series. It really feels it. Oh boy, this case is rough. I don't like anyone involved in this. Ah, God. But we're getting through it today. We're getting through it today. We'll see it through. I'd be amazed if this is one where you have like an extra investigation and like a third trial. This feels like a 2-trialer. With how far we've gotten already. Be absolutely amazed if it's like there's another bit. So we're gonna go and try get to the end of that second trial tonight. I got it in me. Worst case, one of my favorite streams of all time. Thank you, Manfred Von Taser. It's good to have you here. I love it as like a monopoly established on Von Karma usernames now in chat. So many. No, it really is good to have you here. I do hope everyone's enjoying the stream. Once again, I just hope people understand the need for sub mode. I just don't want to risk being spoiled. And we got half spoiled before. So, you know, I don't want to take any chances because I've not been spoiled. I don't want to risk it. The singing of My Way was one of my favorite things ever. Ah, thank you. Oh, Jesus, and Scrub. Thank you for the 20 gift subs. Jesus. Very kind of you. You think subs cannot spoil? Well, no, it's not so much that. It's just there's like a bit of a filter, so it's like it's less likely. I would say. Because like there's just a smaller group of people actually talking, and you know, and I ask you guys, just please don't, you know. Yeah, it's easier to keep an eye on it too for the mods. I don't think people even intended to spoil it, just get too excited. That's the thing, but it's like it's still spoiling it is the problem. You know, it's like I get excited when I watch, say, like Germa play one of my favorite games, and there's gonna be a part of me that just wants to be in the chat. It's like, just wait till he gets to this bit. But it's like, no, you can't do that because that's gonna ruin it. Like, what if he sees that? You know? Like, I understand being excited, but you do have to be careful with it. It's like it'd be like someone like just coming in the chat and saying, I can't wait till he gets to the bit where you find out Von Karma's the killer. Like, well, thanks, I guess. It's ruined for me now. You know? Oh my god. But yeah, you gotta be careful. It was like half spoiled for me because it was the right train of thought, but it was like a slightly different reason that was in that bit. And it didn't mean that I just skipped like a complete section of interrogation. You know, so I consider that spoiled for me. But it's okay. You know, at least it was just a minor thing. And we can keep on going. Dan, what's your favorite case besides 1-4 or 1-5. I mean, my favorite was the original one with Von Karma. That is my favorite by far. Because it's just, he's comically evil. RTGame, we get a poll, who's worse, Innie or Mo? If I had 2 bullets and they were both lined up in front of me, I'd shoot Mo twice. Just to make sure he's dead. Hate him. Are you gonna play the Great Ace Attorney games? I have no plans for any of that. I'm doing the original trilogy. Because like there's like 7 or 8 or 10 of these games is way too many. I think committing to the original trilogy is enough. And I'm not gonna do like that's as much as I'm comfortable with, I'd say for now. Because like we even have a while to go even in this game, and then we have one more game in the trilogy, you know. So I don't want it to be like I can't wait to get to like the Miles Edgeworth Investigations Part 2. I may never do the Miles Edgeworth Investigations Part 2. I don't know if that's of interest to me. I've heard really good things about the Great Ace Attorney, and I do have a copy of that. I don't know if it's something I'd stream. Maybe just try them off time. But the setup for that one looks kind of cool. If you're in London, you team up with fucking Sherlock Holmes in that game, which is kind of stupid. Yeah, so it's kind of wild with some of the stuff in the other games. But for the time being, though, we're doing the original trilogy, and I think that's best because there's a lot of games to play, and I'm having fun with these. We've got to follow my boy Phoenix through to the end of like his original trio. So on that note, let's get back to it. Hope everyone got some water, got a snack, used the loo. Didn't lose their mind to the repeating music. That's the Elgato. That's the wrong button. Okay, welcome back. Do. Like, it's just looping forever. He's not here. I have to go back, interview Acro, and break the psych lock. I think that's what was next. Gonna do one other thing. My own bookkeeping, that's fine. OBS gets a bit funky if you're like streaming and recording for a very long time. So it's like for longer streams, I gotta like stop it and start it again. That's all I was doing there. Okay. So, back to Acro, Magatama. Let's go. His bird's leaving. He's got 3 locks as well. I have to ask, how are you injured? Sorry, I thought we talked about this. It's an accident that happened during practice. Accident during practice? Fortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's lying. If that were the real cause, he'd have no reason to keep it secret. Acro, you really tell me that the practice accident was the cause of your injury? Okay, the lion. Leon. 6 months ago, you were attacked by the lion. That's when you were injured. That's the first one. Okay, so he was attacked because he was trying to save his brother. I know I'm on the right track, I just need to keep going. You're saying that I was attacked by a lion. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. Okay, maybe attacked is not the best word to be using. Let me rephrase that as battled the lion. He seemed to enjoy telling jokes. Why would I decide to battle a lion? Because he had to fight it. You had to fight to save someone. Profiles? Bat. Bat. It was a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury. It's 2. Mo, he must have told you. Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo. But he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. I suppose it was just a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out. A slip of the tongue? Anyways, they were an incredible team. Cut down together in their prime. Cut down together. That was where he slipped, and that's how I figured it out. You two ended up at the center of the same accident, together, like always. I see. But an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault. It often broken Acro's last psych lock. It must be one incredibly deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? Acro, I know you were still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you don't seem to like much is the reason you're being evasive. Russell Berry. Lose all my progress. I'm gonna need some of that for court. Oh, Regina. We're okay. We still got there. Regina, you always seem calm and collected until you start talking about it, saying things like she is cruel. Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite the set of eagle eyes. You know, her tiger tried to attack me. Regent tried to attack you? Twice. She wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred on Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never thought a command to attack people. Regina is incapable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends back then. But you still hate Regina. Got proof of it. Do I? What? What are you talking about? Oh, maybe I overdid it again. If I can hand something over to Acro, maybe it'll... Here's proof that you had it out for Regina all along. The pepper? I don't... Well, no, it's gotta be the note. It can't be the pepper here. Surely not. I don't want to get it wrong at this point because we're so close to the end. It's gotta be the badge. Gotta be the badge. It's a note. This. Where'd you get it? Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket. Guess I noticed it was there around breakfast time. I always take Acro as breakfast in the morning. You wrote this, then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it? That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. We broke them all. We still have some psychic energy left for the court. Not much, but it's enough. Talk about the wheelchair. My legs were injured by Leon 6 months ago. My younger brother Bat had a dare with Regina. A dare? An absurd dare. I can put my head inside of Leon's mouth like you do. You have to go to the movies with me on a date. Oh god. That's insane. Didn't he know how dangerous that is? We all thought he was being stupid too. That lion was very old to begin with. And age brought with it countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing. And that's when the accident happened. He just wanted to take her out to the movies. Poor Bat. When Leon chomped down, I jumped towards him. Then Leon attacked me and that's how I ended up. What about Bat? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him. I see. I'm still waiting for him to open his eyes again. And that's the reason why I keep going. Oh, like this is sad, like just all around, because like, I mean, he's been very badly injured. His brother's in a coma, and so like he took revenge basically on all of this happening. I like just tried to get back at the ringmaster, I guess, and hurt like his poster child that was Maximilian and frame him for the crime. Why didn't they just call the police? Yeah, it's like they tried to just cover it up. He could have still called the police. Surely. That's what I don't understand. It's got to, like, this, like, the fault probably lies with either the ringmaster or Regina for just allowing this to happen. Because she's supposed to be, like, taming the animals, and he's the ringmaster overseeing it all. Like, it's really sad what's happened. This case sucks in, like, multiple capacities. I hate loads of the characters. I hate some of the rubbish plot for this. And then the real reason behind it all is just really fucking sad. Like... Oh, and a Mo apologist just gave £3 and says, I will not stand for this Mo slander. Case just has the worst kind of people. Okay, Regina and Bat. Bat and Regina. They were such great friends. Oh yeah, I wanted you to take a look at this. What is it? This is the scarf my brother was wearing when Leon attacked him. Gross, it's covered in blood. This scarf was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. When he did it, he looked like he was smiling. He? Leon, obviously. Oh! When he bit down on Bat's head. The expression on Leon's face looked like a grin. Nick! I know, most said the same thing. What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf, if you don't mind. Miss Von Karma! I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf. But the scarf is evidence in the trial. That is for me to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. Preparations? I've served a summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro, we'll talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, a witness? Come, Acro, let's go to the office. Yes, ma'am. Von Karma, no, we were interrogating him. Now what will we do, Nick? How are we gonna handle tomorrow? Don't worry about it. I'll figure something out. Look at you all full of confidence. You must have found something you can use. All begin to come together now. Another key point and similarity between games. What is it with Von Karma stealing evidence? That's vital to the case. I seem to do that too. The family tradition. You think when they all get together for the potluck, they all just steal each other's meals? They just bring extra to the potluck to share. Fully knowing that like half of it's going to be stolen by other family members. Okay. Here we go. December 30th. Almost a new year. Morning, Max. Whoop. Oh, yeah. Good morning, sweeties. You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Tee-hee. Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk. Is the milk gonna be evidence? Is that why it's highlighted? Regina! Oh, fabulous! My sweetie pie! My sweetie pie princess! You came to watch my performance today. Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Mo said that. So, what kind of performance we put on today? Let me guess, you'll fly at the end? It's not that kind of show. Isn't that right, my sweeties? Huh? I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on. Or even where she is. Well, Max, looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous. Enjoy yourself out there. Good luck, Max. You're the best. Gene is different, don't you think, Nick? This character needs to die. He just needs to die. Top of the morning to you! Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo! How low can you go? Mo. Top of the morning to you, governor! That's not even right. That's like stereotypical Irish and then British slang. Top of the morning. That's the ticket. Attacking the day starts with energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms lack higher brain function. Here, Max, I brought you milk. Mo is from Northern Ireland. That would explain it. Very specific. Oh my, thanks. How are you today, right? Well, I've got a feeling that today I'm going to face off against the real culprit. You mean Acro? Huh? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line. Literally. He's got guts to spare. All I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is. I'm used to it already. It's weird the game is just saying, hey, Acro did it. And all the characters think this all of a sudden, because the game actually hasn't suggested that yet. I've been suggesting that by putting stuff together. But like, why has it just told me the answer? Why is Phoenix going after Acro now? Because like, he hasn't actually expressed the proper motivation or understanding in terms of writing yet for that. That's a bit weird. That's a bit weird. That's like actually quite bad writing in the game. Phoenix did say he was piecing it together. Yeah, but the jump to accusing Acro hasn't been made yet. At any point in the game. There's definite motivation. It's very plausible that it could be Acro. But like him committing murder? Like no, that jump was never made. There was nothing to even suggest that he really did it. Other than, again, past grudge. I guess the note is a real thing, yeah. I guess it's banking on the note for it. But I mean, that could just be them trying... No, actually, the note is pretty glaring. I guess it's banking on the note, yeah. That does stand out. The game is spoiling. Okay, yeah, if you think about it in terms of the note, then... That's kind of shit then, because it's just told us the answer. I don't like this case. So it's Acro, I guess. Oh, try to look surprised, alright? Just means I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses. What are you going to do then, Nick? I guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro and to the truth. You're right, but it's gonna be tough. Anyways, I want you to make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. It's frustrating that you only meet Acro halfway through. Yes, it is. You should have met Acro in the first half of it and him being another witness on the case. That makes way more sense rather than, hey, second act, here's the only new character we introduced. By the way, he did it. Like, that's actually really lazy writing. Yeah. That's not good. I'm actually quite disappointed by that. You'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes, that's why I brought her here to court today. Mo, you're fucking awful. You're bringing her to court to, like, hear a bunch of people talk about her dead dad. Like, I hate everyone here. What's that supposed to mean? You need to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This is a way of processing grief, Mo. Like, Mo's the guy who's like, your cat didn't make it to heaven. God doesn't let your cat in. Your cat is dead and buried. Like, Mo, the fuck? Let people process. He's awful. He's the worst character. Mo, the reality check clown. Like, why is he so grave and serious? He's a fucking clown. God, I hate these characters. At least we have the judge. I never thought I'd see the day where the judge is one of the characters that I can, like, lean on as, like, an anchor. This old, senile man who doesn't know how a court operates. Seems like the holy grail in comparison to everyone else. Oh, Jesus. Court is now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactica. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Miss Von Karma, you may proceed with your case. The prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We have discovered a new witness, or shall I say, a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly off from the scene of the crime. Oh, so we're back to fucking entertaining that he's flying. I hate this. I hate this. This sucks. This sucks. I can't believe this. Man who hates bad writing plays Phoenix Wright, justice for all. I hate it. I hate it here. Order! Order! I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. Okay, sorry. I'm angry. I'm hoping that Von Karma will present a very logical explanation as to why it's using ropes and pulleys for why you could fly. If it turns out that Von Karma says it was magic, Your Honor, a man who presents bad writing plays Phoenix Wright. I'm very frustrated at this case. You can probably tell. Like, I don't like most of the characters. I think it's stupid in terms of the plot, and it's also just very depressing at this point. Everything about this case is awful. Not to mention the awful love triangle. That's very uncomfortable. I don't like to touch it on too much because you can't even play this case if you think about it too long. But it's fucking terrible. Oh. Okay. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor Gumshoe. Very well. Please call your witness to the stand. Time to get to work, or shall I say, time to walk the courtroom tightrope. Here we go. We just gotta survive. Name and occupation. Ken England, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the Very Big Circus. Where were you the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene. Oh, that was Von Karma. My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Would you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. Why are his birds here? Yeah, I'm surprised they've let animals in the courtroom. It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then, a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. The service birds, bless. Well, they're doing a wonderful job. The witness's testimony matches up exactly with that of the clown. If that's the case, there is very little the prosecution need add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. You foolish, sad fool, Mr. Foolish Phoenix, foolish Wright. Why do you foolishly entertain these foolish notions in this foolish court? A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth did. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? In the words of Miss Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may begin with your cross-examination. Doesn't seem too professional, Phoenix, I'll be honest with you. Okay, just after 10. Heard a large thump. Your room is on the 3rd floor, right? Yes. And you said that you were resting in bed. That is correct. But you were still able to hear a sound from outside. I was indeed. Pressing Acro doesn't seem to get results. I like how Acro's kind of to the point. Considering we've had to, like, interrogate the clown and, like, a puppet up until this point, I actually kind of appreciate how frank this man is. I don't think I see anything contradictory. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. If I can find a clear contradiction, I should tread lightly. I saw someone flying. You have to press that. Are you sure it was a human being? It could have been a mannequin or perhaps a large action figure. Well, setting aside the possibility of a mannequin, an action figure is plausible. You have no need to mince words with Mr. Phoenix Wright. Testify to the truth and only the truth, just as if we were there with you that night. I believe it was a human. Am I just threatening his testimony? Don't know. In believing it's a human being, there's nothing really wrong there. I wonder if Acro's statement jives with the facts. What? Phoenix, where do you live? Where do you live? What's your background here? I mean, there's nothing glaringly wrong. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? I only saw him from behind. Okay. The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. With the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window. He's got his hat. That shouldn't make any sense. The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see. But honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat, as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. The hat was left behind, so he shouldn't have had it. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. Yeah, there is something wrong here. It's the fact the hat was left behind at the crime scene. There is a huge contradiction with the testimony that was just given. If there's a contradiction, Then prove it with evidence. She's right. Let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence to support your claim of a contradiction? A hat was found at the crime scene. You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down out of your window that night. It would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside of the window was a tough enough challenge for me. We're gonna... Okay. Acro, very fair statement there. Phoenix does look like an asshole here, but we're gonna press on with the case. That's a shame because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? Oh, he doesn't know. Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has 2 silk hats? No, this is handmade, one-of-a-kind model, made only for Maximilian Galactica. Which means, Acro, that you've been fibbing on the stand. Order, order! As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouth before thinking. Are you okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth. Now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause his witness to commit perjury in this court today? Are we going in that Acro is the real culprit? Like, that's a leap. That is a huge jump. I mean, okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess we have the note. For some reason in my head, I'm like, oh, that note saying that, you know, he knows who you murdered and you should meet this evening. That's no biggie. For some reason in my head, that's like a small piece of evidence. When, like, no, that's actually, like, kind of plotted murder here. Like, there's very clearly something suspect because he was trying to get the ringmaster there. Acro's the real culprit. Darple, thank you for 10 quid. Aside from the circus characters, how do you feel about Von Karma 2 so far? Lived up to her papa's legacy. Von Karma 2 is fun. Yeah. She's entertaining. I just hate all of the circus characters in this case. Like, I think it's all of them. Bar maybe Acro. I think Acro, he's like the most human and he hasn't got like some awful shtick. That like he has to constantly remind you of. Like, I'm a clown! And it's like, I've got a puppet. And like, I'm like a magical girl idol. I even hate Max. I think Acro is the most likable character of the bunch. Which is a shame, because he did it here. Your Honor, on this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion. Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. Ha, ha, ha. I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab at an audience's hearts and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? Yes, Your Honor. How have you not heard of this? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to be almost... He's calm enough for it to almost be scary. But he has a very clear motivation. How is this allowed in the courtroom? Your Honor, a small woodpecker appears to be pecking at my eyes right now. Can we please get these birds under control? He is staying rather calm and collected. Mr. Dinglin, do you have any response to the defense's accusation? I don't need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up by myself, let alone leave the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is just trying to help his client. But to do this by accusing me of the murder of all things. See? Even a sliver of common sense makes it clear the accusation is ludicrous. Oh, it's a hummingbird, sorry. He's right, way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man. Not a good image for Phoenix right now, is it? But it is him. It's nothing to do with that. Phoenix is a poopy head. Who fucking said that? See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If you're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery, that's how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense's plan on making a claim to counter this as well. I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice. What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? Save it here. Did Acro have an accomplice? Is Regina in on it? Oh no. Oh no, I think I know who the accomplice is. It's the monkey. Oh god, are we doing this? It's impossible for Acro to be the murderer in this case. If that's the case, then it's natural for one to consider possible accomplices. Ooh, you don't say! Not good, not good. This isn't going to end well. Don't tell me you think you're going to get off easy. What? You must not have heard that sound just now. Maybe it wasn't clear enough. The sound of you falling into your own trap can be hard to notice sometimes. Mr. Wright, it seems as if you won't be stopping at Acro, but will be making other accusations. If Acro did not have an accomplice, things are not looking good for you. I understand, Your Honor. We're just winging it in court today. Very well, let's continue. Who, perchance, would happen to be Acro's accomplice? Are we doing it? I think this is it. Your Honor, this monkey assisted in the crime. You don't say! Suddenly looking very bad. Don't tell me you think you're going to get off easy. What? Oh, did you hear that? Wait, what? Oh, she just repeated the dial. I was confused there because it was repeating for a moment, but it actually isn't you. What a splendid accomplice. I'm sure this accusation is built on a solid foundation. Foundation? Yes, Mr. Wright. Do you have any proof that this person you've accused was indeed an accomplice? This is why the monkey did it. I don't know. Well, we've come this far. I have no idea. I don't know. Is it the bust because it's shiny? How did we get to this point? I think this is gonna be really finicky. It's the monkey. No one's even remarked on the fact that I have accused a monkey of assisting in the crime. So take that as you will. It's because of this. Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. This piece of evidence is lacking in persuasive power. You didn't miss that sound, did you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You know, the sound of you receiving a penalty. God damn it, Von Karma. What are you doing, Nick? What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? Okay. It's wild that it'll let me go down that rabbit hole. I have no idea. Normally this is the point where Mia would help us out. The only other person it could be is Regina. Like, why? Why would she do that? Let's try, of course he didn't. Now then, this must be when we get to hear the name of the mystery accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma. What? You're not going to sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself. Was that just a rabbit hole? I don't know. Order! Order! Imagine Phoenix in court here, right? Yes, he didn't have an accomplice. It was this monkey with this statue from the cafeteria. Mr. Wright, what does this show? Let me revise my argument, Your Honor. He had no accomplice. He plotted it himself. That does sound more plausible. What are you getting at? Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. Now I'm gonna have to prove how it all fits together. We have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry. Can you do it, Nick? Can you really do that? I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Alright, then let's do it. Mr. Phoenix Wright. If this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right? Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. When the crime was committed, exactly where was Mr. Dingling? He was in his apartment. He was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room. Pretty simple, eh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can only be one correct answer. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. Are we actually... So is it actually just bowling ball fishing line? Is that what's happening? I can't believe this. Are you nuts? What's that? Judge fucking channeling Aragorn here from Lord of the Rings. What say you, Mr. Dingling? It's an interesting theory. That's it? Considering that what you propose is impossible, yes, that's it. Oh, got him there. Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible. He is in a wheelchair. There is no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. You've got a point. It seems you've forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. That's true. Mo said that he saw Max, didn't he? It's the fishing line. But Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. You mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think that I killed him? I can't leave my room. I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Be careful, Nick. If you mess up here. He's right. Can't mess up here. Gotta give this one some serious thought. That's why I'm going to save the game and reload it several times over in case I get this bit wrong. I'm sure that Acro killed the ringmaster. And he did it while he was in his room. No doubt about it. Try to enlighten us as to how Mr. Dingling committed the crime, Mr. Wright. The bust, there's no proof that the bust is in Acro's room. Pepper wouldn't do it. Blunt force trauma at a stretch because he dropped something on him. But I don't think that has been established just yet. Okay, can't present evidence now. I think we will finally be graced with an explanation. Don't push it, Von Karma. What? You aren't gonna suck me in this time. I'm smart enough to know when I don't have the cards to play, and my hand sucks right now. Phoenix, what are you saying? Do you not have the basis for an actual court case here? Yes, Your Honor. This is not what you say. What do you mean, Mr. Wright? He means that everything he's said up to now has all been nonsense. It's true, right? If you can't establish proof of your murder theory, then it's nonsense. He's trying to fool us by playing some misdirection game. I have evidence, Your Honor. I'm going to present some evidence. What did Mr. Dingling use to commit the crime? Crime of murder against Russell Berry. Now, he was on the box. Well, does the box make sense? I don't think so. He dropped a lion on him, Your Honor. Okay, I think this one is the bust, but there's still a leap to show to how he had the bust. What's that? A picture? It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust. It's quite a large bust, and because it is life-sized, it is also very, very heavy. Heavy. Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death, especially if it was dropped from a third-story window. Does Von Karma know something we don't? He's so calm and collected, his birds just fly away. See? This is how Acro was able to kill the ringmaster. This is like a wild conspiracy theory though at this point. Like, think about this in an actual court scenario. No, this man wasn't a witness. In fact, he did the murder with this object from his window. Mr. Wright, you haven't established any motive yet? You haven't established how he even got a hold of this weapon? Like, how does any of this make sense? This isn't what we were asking today. Your job is to defend your client. With the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust. Choose your words better, Phoenix. Order, order! So you're saying the bust fell on the ringmaster? A rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, it will be incredibly easy to commit. How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. Well, Acro's an acrobat. He should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like the bust. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges? Well, Acro's at a loss for words. He should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. Well, Acro. You can't run away from things. I'd watch what I say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony, you say? Von Karma. He's just using this testimony as a ruse to stall for time. There's absolutely no need for such testimony. The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. Defense's objection is overruled. Why can't he see things my way once in a while? Mr. Dinglin, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubt about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you. That woman will sink to any low to win a case. Okay, Acro's physical state. I suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Thus, it will be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? We can counter that because of the note that he gave Regina. He knew that he was going to come around there. I have no doubts in regards to this witness's testimony. It was impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself out far enough to look. Not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries. That's what I was thinking. What is your opinion on the matter, Mr. Wright? I'd still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He's simply stalling. It's shameful, really. Come on, Phoenix. Okay. He still could have known where they were. Because of the note. Meet me tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. Okay, I think we have to press a fair bit here. Why do you say it would be impossible? Allow me to explain. You accept that if I was carrying the bust, I couldn't see out below the window. Thus, there is no way I would have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Well, I suppose you've got a point. Hey, Nick? Huh? What if you turn things around? Maybe you think of it sort of like this. If he knew the location of the ringmaster's head, then he could drop the bust. It does make sense. If only I could prove somehow that Acro knew the location of the ringmaster's head without looking down. It's still kind of wild how we might be getting him, because basically the argument is he came to the plaza, but we don't know where he was in the plaza. And then he just tossed it out the window. But that's clearly the bit, because even Maya's commented on it. I think I've already explained things sufficiently. Okay. We're going for it. Swing and a miss. Okay. Lifting it and looking out would have been impossible. And why is that? Because if I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. Still haven't gotten much feeling back in my legs yet. So you couldn't have thrown that bust out of the window. It's unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? If all you had to do was drop it, then it wouldn't have been a problem at all. All I had to do was drop it. You're right, I could have done that. However, there is no way I could land a direct hit on the ringmaster's head. But that kind of makes your theory a bit pointless, doesn't it, Mr. Wright? Acro is strong enough to lift up the bust. The main problem is how he could have aimed for the ringmaster's head. I wonder if he used some kind of tool to aim for the ringmaster. He dropped the box first to get him to investigate. That's the ticket, Nick. Show him what you've got. I have to be careful. I have to find something that fits perfectly with the case. I don't remember us finding any sort of tool. Maybe we overlooked something. He dropped the box. It's not impossible for him to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. It was found slumped over the box. Okay. Save it. Wooden box. Acro. You didn't really need to lean out the window, did you? What are you driveling at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I may add. Your silly hinting at things is pointless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Enough stalling. How about you show us some evidence? But I did show evidence, the box. Yes, hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box that the victim was found hunched over. The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box there? Who? When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box. Which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that the bust came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean, if the bust were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, there would be no way that it could miss the head of the victim. No. But this is still like a wild theory. Order! This is unbelievable! Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going. And there's only one way to go from here. Forward. So the next question I have is, who placed that wooden box at the scene? It was Mr. Dinglin, of course. He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Allow me to whip some sense into you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Oh, not again. The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box was so specially made. Specially made. Indeed. It had the most peculiar feature. The most peculiar thing would just be the pepper inside it, wouldn't it? I'm pretty sure. But this is so wild to go. It's like every bit of evidence here is another leap of faith until the next bit of evidence makes the puzzle fit. But you won't believe what was in the box, the pepper. But Mr. Wright, how does that explain anything? Well, here's my next piece of evidence, the monkey. But Mr. Wright, how does any of this make any sense? You recall what was inside the wooden box? There was only a small bottle of pepper, wasn't there? Get on with it. Well, what's the matter? Cat got your tongue. I don't see any relationship between the location of his head and the box's contents. I think I might have out-thought myself. No, Nick, you didn't think enough. Mr. Wright, do you still maintain the box as some sort of special feature? Indeed. It had the most peculiar feature. The pepper? Is it still the pepper? Is he allergic to pepper and it, like, caused a reaction? What if the pepper was on the box? Oh, maybe he is allergic to pepper. Is it really the contents, or am I just gonna go in a loop? Can I double down on the pepper? Okay, no, it's not the pepper. It was the weight of it. The box has a remarkable weight. Weight. According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just to lift up this wooden box would have required... Oh, I see! One would have to squat down and lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? Oh, okay. That just makes sense. That's easier than just like pepper dashed all over it. That's a Von Karma like strategy there to put the pepper on. That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That is correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head will be in approximately the same place. Fool! The birds are back. Where did they go? When they're not with him. Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what he had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place his wooden box in the plaza? Mr. Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Wright, you recall the original location of Max's bust. Like, what he could just do at this point is just leave it to Von Karma and say, this is all stupid hypotheticals, and a judge where his position would be like, you know, you're right. This is just a wild conspiracy theory. Because it does sound it. Yeah, I remember. Of course I remember. It was on top of the table in the cafeteria. And what happened to it? I like to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. Ah, that means... You understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bus from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bus from the cafeteria to my room? You see, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Explain that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Oh no, I did. It's the monkey. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bust from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here. There's no place to get perplexed. Let's save it, it's the monkey. The monkey is the accomplice. Gotta get my wits about me and prove if things happen once and for all. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. How did the witness get the bus from the cafeteria back to his room? Is it the monkey? Here we go. A monkey? Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist ring. So, are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own, and then brought it back home. Home? Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. My, those are some very nice cards he's holding. Yes, and they are made of platinum, which is very shiny. Uah! Acro. Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bust back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. Oh shit. It's still like a wild conspiracy theory at this point. Order! Order! I said order! Miss Von Karma, where's the bust in question at this moment?
I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak.
This is a rather strange turn of events. Let's say the monkey had not stolen the bust. What would have happened then?
Well, in that event, something else would have been used as the murder weapon.
Wait. Then you mean this bust was the murder weapon purely by accident?
It's possible.
Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer.
Moron!
Miss Von Karma! That's not much of a comeback, I'll be honest with you. Mr. Wright's argument was so circular, I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Ow!
Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney.
Fraud?
You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And what is that? You should know. You forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime.
Well, it's time for the fishing rod.
There is no reason to doubt the clown's testimony.
There's a lot of reason to doubt the clown's testimony, Von Karma. They lied 4 times in court. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright?
Nick, don't let her beat you now.
I won't. This is my chance to turn this trial around.
When the murder occurred, there were 2 people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell Berry, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Who was the murderer the clown saw?
Gee, I actually don't know here. It was the monkey? There's no way. Not Bat. He's in a coma. There's no way it could have been Acro. He would have still been in his room. The clown did not see the clown. Try the badge. I think that's the answer. It's not the badge. Could it have been Max? Was he there? Not when it was he was slumped over. Is it the monkey? No way. I don't think it's Regina. It's the monkey or Regina. Those are the 2 most likely ones. I can't save it. It's not letting me. I don't know. This is just the Grand Prix. That doesn't really establish anything. Was the murderer just the bust again? Like, was it just the bust, but kind of oddly dressed up? On the fishing line. Fucking wild. I mean, with the holds of it and that other picture we saw, it does look like the bust has enough support to actually, like, don a cape or something like that. Here we go. He saw Max's... I asked who the other person Mo saw was... I asked who was the other person Mo saw on the scene. That evidence has nothing to do with the question. Au contraire, mon frère. Where did Phoenix grow up? It does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. It should be Masser, yeah. But it's like, I think, it just doesn't sound right no matter how Phoenix says it. It's like, no way, sister. Nuh-uh, bro. You know, it just shouldn't be trying to be hip with the kids. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust. What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all this case? The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. It would be easy to hang off of the cards in the bust's hands. Idiot! Who in their right mind would put a cloak on a bust? Doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is of the utmost importance in this case, don't you agree? Oh, he caught me. Well, let's have it, Mr. Wright. Why are you saving the game real quick? Who put the cloak on the bust? Is this the monkey? Is it time? This is a wild accusation. I wonder, Mr. Phoenix Wright, didn't the defendant wear his cloak the entire time he was at practice? So how did this person get a hold of the cloak? Well... Furthermore, how would this person have gotten the cloak onto the bust, I wonder? Because this person was not spotted at the scene. I'm going to rewind time real quick. Just acro, I guess. It's not the monkey. It's not acro either? Not the monkey. Who put it on the bust? Not acro. Not Mo. Russell or Regina? Why would Russell put the cloak on the bust? It's Russell! I'm amazed by that! Okay, let's see how we're doing this. Fool! Him! You were saying it was the victim himself! Russell Berry! That's what I'm saying. The victim himself, placed the cloak on the bust. Place the cloak isn't really the right way of putting it. It won't be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright. Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all this? I'm fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all the pieces together. I've just yet to share it with the player of this game, who's actually quite confused this time. There's really only one picture I can paint anyways. Alright. So you want to know what really happened that night? Let's step back in time. Acro used a rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached that rope to the bust and dangled the bust out of his bedroom window, directly above the wooden box. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went off to the scene. Of course, at the time, the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Why was the ringmaster wearing his costume? I don't think we established the reason for that at all. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house by none other than a ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben and Trillo. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. At the very instant that the bust hit the victim, really? Really? Yeah. Just wait a second there, Mr. Phoenix Wright. As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this just isn't true. It can't be. It's still a little early to be getting so upset, Miss Von Karma. This circus isn't over yet. What? Really? The impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. That impact also caused the sound a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Moe Curls, the clown. When Moe looked out his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Moe saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling on it. Primarily because, in his wheelchair, he couldn't see out of his window. So he just kept pulling the bust up. So you're telling me, if physics didn't break and the cloak did not get caught in the bust, like, we would have just known it was Acro, like, ages ago. Because Mo would have looked out the window and it's like, and see a bust hanging with a rope just from his window. This is the worst case. This is the worst one. That's not how physics works. Like, how would it come out? Like, that's so specific. That's so specific for that to actually fall into the bust. Not to mention, with the bust, he had to drop it on his head, but then also catch the rope at the exact moment after it's broken his neck. Right? Because he has to hold it up a bit so that the cloak can catch onto it, and he would have had no way of knowing that. Because if he just dropped it on his head with the rope, right? Well, he just lets go of it a little bit to the very end. But no, the bust for the cloak to catch onto it, it'd have to still be in the air, which means there has to be like no slack in the rope. Which, like, if you didn't put the slack there, you're not going to kill the person. It doesn't actually make sense. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the one person who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Acro, it could only have been you. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. He sure has. But he has come to the end of his rope now. So? What now? You've graced us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? In this court, only two things matter. The power of evidence and the power of my whip. That second one shouldn't matter so much, Von Karma. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well! Who you fooling, Judge? Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. We see some evidence. Nick, they say they want evidence. I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method. There is still something unusual about Moe's eyewitness account. Unusual? Contradiction, actually. Okay then, use that and get out of this jam. What's the contradiction? That's enough talking amongst yourselves. Proceed, Mr. Wright. Save it. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. I want hard proof that you have unraveled the trick to this magic case. There's the bust. Pepper? Not really. It's finally time. No. I'm thinking maybe the hat? How did the hat get to the crime scene in this fucking fairy tale narrative that we've got going? How did the hat get there? Oh, because he was wearing the hat. That's right. No, Russell was wearing it. Yep. The ringmaster was wearing the hat. I'm not sure how. Well, I mean, this is hard evidence, so maybe I'm just not overthinking it. Have we presented this note? Real quick, help me out, chat. Have we presented this note already to the judge? No, we haven't. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. This is hard evidence. No? What? The trick to this magic case. The hat. Apparently it was the hat. Okay. The problem is Max's three symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. Those symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday, there were two contradictions in Moe's testimony. The silk hat was one, the white roses were the other. The theory I just presented explains all of these contradictions. You fool! Do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Mo said yesterday. He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing the scene was wearing a silk hat. Oh, okay. Yeah, because the hat's on the bus, so there's a second hat that way. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Mo saw was actually the bus. Makes sense. If you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat. Well, sort of. Fine, you've got one, but what about the other contradiction? The other contradiction? Remember what that ventriloquist said in court. He said that he witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night. But the clown's testimony doesn't match. The clown said that there were no white roses. I'd like to see you try and explain that one away. Can you do it, Nick? Of course, I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the instant when the cloak snagged onto the bust. If the cloak snagged onto the bust, what happened to the white roses? Physics. This is stupid. Your entire case hinges on a purely hypothetical scenario, Phoenix. That is incredibly unlikely and probably incredibly difficult to recreate. Do you get it yet? If the cloak got snagged onto the front of the bust, it means that the white roses would end up on the back of the bust. Which explains why Mo didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bust. Order! Order! This is quite the shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. Let's do this, Nick. Then maybe Von Karen will finally throw in the towel. Still going. Well, so much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. Is there something making you think I didn't? If you did, then maybe you'll understand why I think you're off track. Why is that? Motive. This witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this. But, no, there's a cover-up of an incident. Okay. Well, we already have all the evidence for this. We just have to bumble about until we get it. Like, we absolutely have a lot of motive. Your Honor, I'd like to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster and his life up until now. What do we do? There's no doubt that Acro deeply respected the ringmaster. Acro's motive. It seems that this case isn't over yet. If only there was some kind of motive for Acro to not like the ringmaster. Like, I don't know. His brother that's in that coma from that one circus act that happened 6 months ago. Or the fact that he lost the use of his legs. Or the fact that Max Galactica gets paid more than both of them. Or the fact that his life is really taking a sad turn for events. If only there was some kind of explanation to account for why he would commit such an atrocity. I feel this is a good place to take a break. I will listen to the rest of Mr. Dingman's testimony after recess. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Why? What's the point? What's the point? Why we gotta drag this out? Get me back in there, Judge. I can't believe it. Acro. It's pretty shocking, isn't it? It definitely is. And to think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, am I that hated? Yes. Acro tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. He did. Psst, cough. But I'm nothing but a little old nobody, you know? Well, you're not, which is kind of the reason why. Hey, pal. You're gonna ignore me after I went to all this trouble to bring you some evidence? Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Ah, forget it. I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyways. Yeah, you know, Gumshoe. No one's word is here. Can I just leave with you? Nah, Detective, I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? You've still got some really tasty milk. How about a card trick? Detective? Oh ho ho, well, if you insist. Now, about that evidence you mentioned, what is it? Here you go. This was yesterday in Acro's room. Yep, and I've included the forensic results. Take a look at it later. Won't Miss Von Karma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret. Huh? Look, details are on a need-to-know basis. And we're not really allies or anything. But everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to our plan. I don't know. Miss Von Karma didn't seem in control of things in there just now. You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were set into motion. Final plans? Uh-huh, that reminds me. Got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. That's it. And that's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here. What do you mean by that? The very end part? I'm not sure. It was all pretty cryptic to me. Oh, one more thing. Ah, don't scare me like that. It looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What? For me? It's milk. What's the deal with the milk? The reception area looks like some kind of dairy. So hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. An entire dairy's worth of milk! For me! What is the deal with the milk? I don't know yet. Is milk gonna be vital to the end of this case? Court is now in session. Miss Von Karma, please continue from where you left off. I'd like to continue with Acro's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive Acro would have to commit this crime. Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling. Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. Finally, we get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Just do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. But we know it. We already know his motive. It's so clear. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of the very big circus, Russell Berry, took us in. I became an acrobat around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. You're such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think that Acro would kill the man he held in such esteem. You're absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there? Judge, do you just, like, get joy in this? In, like, not following court proceeding? Well, I guess we can play it differently today. Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the ringmaster? Gee golly, I wonder. Might be my last chance to answer that question. The defense has a right to cross-examine the witness. You're so tactless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You don't care about justice, do you? You just want to fabricate a motive. Very well, Mr. Wright. Cross-examine the witness. Somehow the court doesn't need motive from Max. Yeah. What's up with that? No one's asked about his motive to kill him. So it's clear that, like, the pay was already negotiated. Press this. Did you ever have any trouble with the ringmaster? How could you ask such a thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Do you have some sort of fundamental misunderstanding of this witness's testimony? Or are heartfelt emotions contained within? You better think about this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You better think hard. But I have clear reason to doubt it. No matter how you look at it, there's no way I could see this witness ever taking the victim's life. Exactly. I've been waiting for you to say that, Your Honor. Nick, I hate to say it, but I agree with them. I was trying to chase down the troop, but I ended up just looking like a... Oh, this case is frustrating me. What do you think, Nick? I don't know. I think the more I cross-examine him, the worse I end up looking in the end. You mean? I get the feeling that this cross-examination was a trap. Yeah, Von Karma set you up again. I want to be done with this case. I just want to go home. I want to get out of here. I want to get off the circus. Like, can I not present, like, this confrontation, murder evidence? No. What do you think, Nick? You get the feeling this is a trap. I gotta press everything. We. Yes, my brother Sean and I. What? You have a brother? How old were you when this happened, Acro? I was 8 years old, my brother was 4. Our parents were very cruel, weren't they? Nowadays, we aren't bitter about what happened to us, because it allowed us to meet the wonderful people at the very big circus. Nick, the judge is getting misty-eyed. Got a soft spot for sob stories, it looks like. No crying in court. Let's keep going. Oh, the witness may proceed with his testimony. Took you in. How would you describe your relationship with the ringmaster? He was like an uncle, a father, and a big brother all rolled up into one. The ringmaster and my brother were the only family I had. What about other people at the circus? This was over 15 years ago. Back then, there were very few customers coming in. No one really had the time to look after us. They were worried about other things. But the ringmaster, he would always come see us with a laugh and a smile. What a beautiful story! That's why I was always thinking about what I could do to help. I want to thank him. Nick, isn't Acro such a wonderful person? I know. He seems like a nice guy. So it makes it so difficult. So how long have you been a performer? He says 9 here. He was 8 before. There's a contradiction there, but he started off as an acrobat at that early of an age. I begged the ringmaster until he finally agreed to let me do it. Ever since then, I've been in incredible physical shape. That's also when I decided to form a group with my brother. We called ourselves the Flying Dinglingberries. Nearly a household name. I've even heard of them in Germany. Liar. The point is that I want to be of some use to the circus. You truly are a remarkable young man. I think that will be enough for now. Pondering whether or not this man will kill the ringmaster leads me to believe that it is pretty unlikely. Exactly right, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. I would just like to know, can you provide an explanation as to why Acro would want the ringmaster dead? Yes. Let's come this far. There's no way I could answer no, I can't. Oh, this is going to be good. Very well, please enlighten the court. Let's see some evidence that proves Acro's motive for killing the ringmaster. Let me just go over this one more time. This is why Acro killed the ringmaster. That is correct. I don't think the defense would mind confirming something for me. What exactly are we supposed to learn from this piece of evidence? That not it? Looks like you just won the award for biggest failure in court. Ouch, biggest failure in court. That stings. In recognition of your honor, let me bestow upon you my special prize. This case is suffering. How was that not it? The lion. The scarf. The enormous race. The monkey. Salt and pepper. Maybe there was none in the kitchen. I'm presenting the badge. That's how you know I'm done. Help me out, chat. What is this one? I just want to get out of this case. I hate this one. There is no motive. Great. So you're telling me there's no motive to kill the ringmaster after everything that's happened to his brother, everything that's happened to him, and him just being bitter about the entire scenario? You're telling me there's no clear sign of a motivation when he fabricates a fucking letter to send for the ringmaster to the murderer? You haven't forgotten? You're telling me there's no fucking motive when he's referring to the ringmaster as a murderer? There's no clear motive. I hate this case. So now what will you do, Mr. Wright? I would prefer if you hurry up and prove something. Nick? Yeah, I didn't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor, the reason Acro killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Your foolish attempts to fool us, like foolish fools, is so foolhardily foolish. Wait, so did he actually mean to kill Regina? Is that it? And that's why he just gave Regina the letter. Is it that obvious? Alright. Did you forget? You made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was, this is the real killer of Russell Berry, ringmaster. If you want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right. The end of things? Acro. You didn't plan to kill the ringmaster at all, did you? The ringmaster wasn't your target that night. What did you just say? I'm saying that the target of this witness's murderous plot was not the ringmaster. Jesus. Because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with. What? At least this is a twist. Order! Order! Well, if I don't care who it is, smack anyone who's loud in the face. Twice if you must. What about that person with the whip, Judge, that keeps attacking us? Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do in my court? Mr. Phoenix Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to this court? Are you attempting to imply that Acro was trying to kill someone else? Regina. Regina Berry. This young girl is the ringmaster's daughter, correct? Acro, you were really aiming for her that night, weren't you?
Objection!
You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited leading question. You could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all he has to say is you're wrong. That's it. That's it. Huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Enough, Mr. Wright. Allow me to... Oh! The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself. Oh! And that goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Show me evidence, now. I want to know why Acro would want to kill Regina Berry. Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence that proves Acro is out to murder this young girl. The letter. Acro, you remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the ringmaster's tailcoat. Inside the victim's tailcoat? Acro wrote this note. It's ironically entitled, To the Murderer. Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note? Yes, but there's just one little problem. Problem? Acro did indeed place this note into someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the ringmaster. You mean, it wasn't for the... That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for was none other than... Regina Berry. Jimmy, thanks for the 10 quid. As someone who loves the trilogy, I'm sorry that this case is so bad. Thank you very much. How's everyone holding up? Like, mentally and physically. Mentally, my brain is scrambled from this case. And physically, I'm very hungry. But I'm ignoring my hunger because I want to finish this case just so I never have to play a part of it again. That's where I'm at. And I'm gonna treat myself to a very nice takeaway tomorrow as my reward for pushing through this bullshit. Oh god. Pizza. No, it probably actually won't be pizza. I have it so like kind of every Monday is when I treat myself with ordering a meal. And it's just once a week, it's just on the Monday, but it's nice. Either get a meal or just kind of eat out. You know, something nice to look forward to. A grilled chicken sandwich. I will have a grilled chicken sandwich, yeah. There we go. That's perfect. Oh, let's not talk about food right now, though, guys, because I'm very hungry, okay? We gotta press on with this case. Let's keep going. I do that with Saturdays. Yeah, like, it's nice to kind of have a thing like that. Like, in our family home, like, it was always, like, Friday night was kind of takeout night. So we would either kind of get takeout or we would just have, like, takeout style food where it's like just cook a frozen pizza or something like that, you know? Just a nice treat. I do it on Mondays because Monday is like my like real big day off that I have each week. I tend to just hop on VR like with friends in the evening and just have a few drinks. So it just lines up well. Okay, let's keep going now. We used to do pizza Friday nights too back in the fam. Yeah, it's fun, ain't it? It's just nice. My family make homemade pizza every Friday. That is wonderful. My family had Pepsi popcorn and pizza Fridays. Oh, you mean Pepsi and popcorn, not Pepsi flavored popcorn. That does sound actually kind of cool. Jimmy again gives another 10 quid. I hope you can give the next case a clean slate. Thank you very much. We're gonna get through the circus. The thing is, I've loved the other cases in these games. Like, they're ridiculous, but it's always like in an entertaining way. This is ridiculous in an oh god let it end way. like it's quite painful, especially that bit with the physics and the cape. Like that's just stupid, and the entire case hinges on that. Oh sweet Jesus. Thank you so fucking much for the 100 gift subs. Thank you very much. That's unbelievably kind of you. Thank you. I do hope people are enjoying the stream. Even if this has been like a train wreck of a case, I hope you've enjoyed at least witnessing this train wreck with me. The Von Karamas in that earlier was definitely so fucking funny. Yeah, thank you so much though, Dig. That's incredibly kind of you. Okay, let's press on. We're near the end. Mr. Wright, there's a little theory of yours. It's the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her. Which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board. That's when her father, the ringmaster, saw the note. That's correct. The ringmaster ended up in that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake. Instead of Regina. That's incredible. Remember the testimony that Acro gave us earlier today? Lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. If I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. Acro had no idea who it was that arrived in the plaza, because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was. I've got it! Acro thought it was Regina down in the plaza. And that's when he let the bus fly. Hey Nick, isn't Regina listening to all of this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only going to get harsher from here. I hope Regina can handle it. Acro wrote this note to Regina. Foolishly foolish fool with foolishly foolish fool ideas of foolish tomfoolery. You're so foolish, you made even me sound like a foolhardy fool. How many fools was that? What's the counter on? How many fools was that? I think we just hit double digits there in that one sentence. It was at least 10. Very well, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Yes, what about that line? Well, if the note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that this note is declaring that Regina Berry is a murderer. You just don't get it, do you? What? What did you just say? The ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza, in place of his lovely daughter. Hold it right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident that is alluded to in the note? The incident 6 months ago. No clue, Your Honor. An incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I am more than ready to show this court what happened at that time. Moron! Wait, are you sure that it relates to the present case? It does indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick? I think so. Well then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know I'd certainly like to know what it is. If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. The conclusive evidence about the incident 6 months ago is actually... stained with his blood and a small quantity of pepper. It has to be this. What? This is it? Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't save it that time. Just take him. Max isn't worth this. Oh god, where am I back to? What was the motive for killing the ringmaster again? There wasn't one. The monkey. Okay, let's just fast forward. Get through this as quick as we can. Let's Speedrun strats. What does a speedrun of Phoenix Wright look like? Would that even be a thing? Like, what's the point? What would that wouldn't be a great speedrun category. It's a thing. It's just button mashing though, wouldn't it be? Okay. Save it here again. Out to kill Regina? No. Let's just go through the motions. Mr. Wright! Why are you going so fast in this court of law? I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Oh god, it's all moving so quick. It's like the flashes as well. Like so much dramatic chords. Okay, save it again. Three hours, 53 minutes, 57 seconds is the world record for Justice for All. That mustn't be a fun speedrun category because it's just button mash half the time. Visual novel speedruns don't seem to make sense to me. There's the foolishly fools. I'm just saving it again so it's not as far to go back. Okay. There's an option where you can hold and rapidly skip through the text. Really? Okay. Okay, we're back up to it. The conclusive evidence about the incident 6 months ago. Well, this is the dead lion. What? This is it? Oh my fucking god. Is it the pepper? I don't know what's going on anymore. A true. What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Like, did he leave the pepper in the box as some sort of like throwback for like his own like calling card of like the debt? Like that's to get you back. Seems so pointless. It isn't a joke at all. It's the decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him. He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence is what was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright. So what exactly are you saying? You claim Regina Berry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper. What? Taking the note into account, there's only one logical conclusion you can draw.
Objection!
Foolish fool who never tires of his own foolish ways. If you're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then answer this question. Oh shit, I get it. Regina actually killed him. The lion sneezed. That's what it is. I get it now. The lion sneezed, and that's why the accident happened. And so that's why he put the pepper in the box, because he knew that. Why did he put the pepper in the box, though? He had no need to do that. If he left that bit out, it would have been fine. Because he had felt the need to put a calling card in his murder, he's gonna be caught. It's so stupid. Who was Regina Berry's intended victim? It was Bat. Who is this? That is Acro's younger brother. What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead. Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead. Regina, she did that to him? Do you spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool? Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Acro's brother, Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell into his current comatose state. A lion? Miss Regina Berry, is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her. Regina either plotted murder now, or it was just a horrific accident and there was pepper on the scarf. But the fact that it's on the scarf means that it's really unlikely. So what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of an attempted murder. He's the victim of an accident. I see. Now what will we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. You think what happened to Bat was actually an accident? I'm gonna say that Regina plotted murder. Should we try it? Gonna save it. The lion biting Bat was no accident at all. What? You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix Wright. There is no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Acro's brother, Bat. The scarf. That's just a scarf. Acro. This scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who is the one that gave this scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. But why would Regina want to kill him? That's what I don't understand. The pepper must have just spilled. But no, because Regina has a pepper allergy. Regina! There is something more than just blood in this scarf, Your Honor. And what might that be? Pepper. Pepper! Pepper. Regina gave this scarf to Bat right before the accident, and she covered it with as much pepper as she could. Do we think Regina's the murderer? I actually don't know if she is. I should have gone the other way. I think it was just an accident. Hey, what's with the silent treatment? Excuse me, Mr. Wright. You've done a good job of fingering a criminal. Well, out of curiosity, what was her crime? Miss Berry gave a pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a present. Where's the crime in that? It still seems like the judge just doesn't get it. Yeah, judge. Phrasing. That doesn't mean what you think it means. You having trouble finding this person in a crowd? No problem. Let me just finger to them. Let me just finger them. Like, no. This is not something people say. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Wasn't it said that the lion seemed to be smiling? Smiling? The lion was smiling. Right before Bat was bitten by the lion. For a moment, the lion's mouth changed and looked like he was smiling. Lions smile? I've never heard of them smiling. However, lions sneeze. What? Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf. What? You fool! You've got to be kidding me! Yeah, me too, Your Honor.
Objection!
What's the matter, Miss Von Karma? I object. For objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix Wright, this theory, you believe it. You really intend to say that this is how this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do. It's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to this accident, or this joke as you put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina. You foolish idiot! It almost does seem like a terrible joke, doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. He still doesn't admit it. I think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. You tell me that what I said was true. Acro. You don't mean. You can't mean. Witness. Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright, unfortunately, your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? Pepper. Scarf. The lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention, the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory. What would that problem be? Same problem it's always been. Evidence. If I drop Max's bus on top of the ringmaster. Where is the evidence that proves that claim? You mean the conclusive evidence? The biggest problem is the murder weapon. Or the lack thereof, to be more precise. The murder weapon. The bus the defense claims was used. That were to be found in Acro's room. And if it was covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes. Yes, it would be. Where did the bus go? You actually don't know. The bust. Nick, you gotta do something. It's the last step. If I get this one right, the case is won. Searching Acro's room, he wouldn't keep it in the room. Surely not. We would have noticed that. Just see how things work out. It might be worthwhile to search Acro's room, but why aren't you going to search his room? It looks like you finally figured things out, didn't you? Now you know the true meaning of Von Karma Total Justice. Von Karma was already in the room. I guess. I figured with you, that's the least I should expect. You'd leave no stone unturned. A Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Acro's room yesterday. What'd you find? There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Acro would not be here as a witness. But to put a point on it, Max's bust was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright, the bust wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise, and we took Acro directly to the prosecutor's office after that. End of story. Just wait a second, something's funny about all this. Looks like you lack the final nail to put in my coffin. Why would you say that? But what about the scarf? What about the note? What about him, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that is relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now. Oh no. Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust. Where is it now? Where's the bust right now? You're Phoenix Wright. You know where that bust is. I'm sure you do. There's not even a single clue. How am I supposed to know where the bust is? It seems this case is coming to a close. The defense's counter-arguments look to have fallen short. Thank you for your support. Oh no. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think that brings that brings to an end the cross-examination of this witness. Don't tell me it's over. Hold it. Where is Max's bust? The defense needs time to prepare it to present its case. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous and I just bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? No one knows what's happening. Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your aide, isn't she? Do you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright? What, are you asking me? The rest is up to you, Nick. Good luck. Hey, wait, you can't be serious. Acrobats always have their lives on the lines. On the lines, don't they? That's how Acro's lived his life up until now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. Very well, the defense may proceed. Where are we going with this? He doesn't have a clue. I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Why would you say that, Acro, on the stand? You naive fool, you don't know a thing. You will never get me in the slammer. Mr. Acro, that's an odd thing to say. I guess you're innocent. Walking the tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step. Sink or swim. The only way through is forward. The murder weapon. Where is Max's bust now? I don't know. I don't know. Why is somewhere in this courtroom even an option? Like, fuck, I don't know. He's got it under his chair. That's the correct answer. I hate this case. It's obvious. The bust is inside this very courtroom. It's obviously where? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bust once and for all. Oh no, the witness has it. Acro, I'm sorry to ask this, but do you mind if I take the blanket off of your wheelchair? Sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you are a big guy, and you have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket. Because it seems to me that'd be really easy to say, hide a bust under there. Once again, your penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. She had found the murder weapon in your room. It would have been all over. Which is why you had to hide it, in the only place that you could hide it. Under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again. Would you please remove the blanket from your lap? I have to ask you, Acro. Can you end this pain for all of us? Can you set us free? Is it finally time to bid farewell to you and all of your friends? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. You fool! How could you? You've got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Okay, alright. So, Regina also committed a murder before with the pepper. But we got Acro. It's finally over. The ring has been brought to the fires of Mount Doom. Actually, 2 of them. 2 of them. Miss Franziska von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch a surprise search of my room last night? There were 2 pieces of decisive evidence, the cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room, threw the ashes away with the trash. How did you burn it? Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust, obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. And the only place that I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And now to be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. So you got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Miss Von Karma. It all makes sense now. Can't believe that Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. You definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. I know I sure couldn't. I can't believe it. Me, make a mistake. Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't done that. It seems we're finally arrived at the truth. Acro. Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. Acro. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he'd tease her. One day, my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. He started sneezing so hard, you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the same way. And that's why she covered the scarf with pepper. Oh, okay, so she didn't, it was an accident. I know she didn't mean for anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times, too. But I just couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never, ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely that she would laugh innocently when saying it, too innocently. I just couldn't stand it, no matter how hard I tried. That's when you decide to do something about Regina. How dreadful. So you were saying that you were a victim in all of this as well? No, that's not what I mean. Always crying. I'm none but a murderer. With a soothing, pleasant voice. That's who I am. At first I thought I'd kill myself, and I pondered giving myself up. But I couldn't just up and leave. I just couldn't. Not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. This case is like not only the worst case, but also very depressing. This has been such a strange case. No shit, Your Honor. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. I can't believe it.
You beat me. Again.
I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. Not guilty. Oh. We made it. This court is adjourned. We got to the end. I hope I never see any of those characters ever again. Go fuck yourself, Max. But to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this. Acro, the ringmaster, Regina, and Bat. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? That's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to. Many congrats, but only at max 1,000,000 of them. Thank you. What's with the vibe in this room? We're just thinking about Acro. No, no, no! If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy. Huh? Oh, Regina's upset. He's been like this for a while now. Wow. It's all my fault. Wah. Sweetie pie. Pat and Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up. Regina. Mr. Wright, tell me something. What do you want to know, Regina? Acro said something right at the end. Just couldn't up and leave yet. Does that mean that Acro is gonna try and get his revenge on me? Of course he is, Regina. You don't sleep easy from now on. You gotta keep an open eye out. That's his plan. But what can you do about it? He's gonna get you, and you're gonna drop your guard eventually, Regina. And I hope he gets the rest of you dumb fucks while he's at it. I'm sick of all you. You did some awfully bad things to him, Regina. You're right. He won't ever forgive me, will he? No, he won't. So you live with that in your conscience, Regina. Yikes, it looks like I struck the final blow on her. Poor Regina. Hey, Max! What is it, Mo? We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. So whenever you'd like it, leave us. I'll pay you your fee and... Whenever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract. I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? That's the big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone is sticking together. Staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I made a decision. What is it? I've decided I will take over as the new... I'll never go to the circus again. No, you won't, Mo. Don't fool yourself. The best circus the world has ever seen. I'm playing it twice. That's quite the goal. Yay, I can't wait. Then I guess that changes things. Huh? There's only one thing the best circus in the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. Which means this circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Max! Let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy? I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you. Regina, you're gonna help him out too, aren't you? I don't know. Maybe the circus will be better off without me. What are you talking about, Regina? Why do you think that I brought you to court today? Well, you actually brought her to court to shatter her hopes and dreams and, like, to learn that the world is a bad place and she lives in this, like, she's too innocent or something. Oh, like, I don't know. You have something kind of going on there unresolved. Maybe go to a therapist. I don't know. Something's wrong with you. We gotta work together to make the very big circus bigger than it's ever been. Mo, Mo's right, sweetie pie. It can't be the Berry Big Circus without Regina Berry. Max. Nick. It seems like everything is gonna turn out alright here. I can't wait to go see the best circus the world has ever seen. We'll save you the most fabulous seats. It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm going to order a special whoopee cushion seats.
Will you please shut up? Shut up! Shut up, I tell you, shut up!
I see. What made the case? Yesterday's surprise raid. It really paid off, just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you? It was just a theory. If Acro really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. You mean Mr. Wright? Of course. Well, Detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Acro's case, you need not worry. I plan to personally stop by the Chief Prosecutor's office. He's back. Oh shit. This might make all the suffering worthwhile. Oh God. Oh, we don't want to be spoiled. Okay. 1 second. One second. There we go. Let's pop that on. We did it. We made it to the end. The Von Karmas. Oh, I forgot this would happen. Yes. Oh, it's wonderful. Oh. Everyone, thank you so much for enduring Big Top. We'll never go to that circus again. Manfred von Parma right at the end. For you see, it was I who missed the Von Karma potluck. Now I can keep this perfect bottle of Prosecco for myself. Oh, Prosecco-cution for myself. Von Karma, no, you gotta share at the potluck. Incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who subbed tonight. Thank you to everyone who gave bits. I hope you enjoyed it. It's fucking wild. Oh, no, wild is the wrong word. That was an endurance test. I'm so glad we never have to do that case again. Edgeworth is back. That's huge. So, the next Phoenix Wright case, 2 weeks from now. It'll be 2 weeks from now. The reason it'll be 2 weeks from now is because next weekend, Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. We're gonna marathon it. We're doing all of Pokemon Gen 4. We're gonna do it over the weekend. And we'll be starting on Friday for that. Okay? Schedule's gonna be a bit weird next week because I'm gonna be just taking some more time off so that I can do, like, the bigger streams come the weekend. I'm thinking I might do something like stream Wednesday and then say start on Friday. I haven't decided just yet, so bear with me on that, okay? I'll keep you guys posted as what the schedule is. I'm gonna be like Thursday stream just won't be happening. I'll tell you that much. There's no stream on Thursday. I haven't decided if I'm gonna stream on Tuesday or Wednesday. That's just so I get a bit of downtime in between everything, okay? But yeah, 2 weeks from now, we will continue Phoenix Wright. Oh, Julie, thank you for the gift sub. It's very kind. Amber, thank you for the bits. Thank you to everyone who gave subs and bits. Thank you to the mods for being here. We made it to the end. We made it to the end. I'm so happy. That was a hell of a case. Hell of a case. Oh, God. Okay. Go say hey to Germa. It has follower, subscriber only chat. That should be fine. Quality entertainer. I'll leave you in his care. We just need some relief after the circus. The stream is called America's Funniest Full Motion Home Videos. Don't know what he's doing, but it should be good. Thank you so much for coming, folks. I'm gonna go get some rest. I'm gonna go get a meal. I'm hungry after all that. Thanks for coming, folks. I hope you enjoyed the stream. See y'all during the week. Have a good one.